Warning: the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised.
We are live.
Welcome, everyone, to a brand new game. This is Northwatch, the Ironheart Ambassadors, a Defiant Chronicle. We are going to be exploring the tale of several supernatural blue bloods as they play out a version of the apocalypse. Now, I should probably answer the question of what is Defiant. It's a role-playing game system. Little thing I heard about. Well, everyone is basically a supernatural creature, and they all run a court made up of lower-born supernatural creatures. They are engaging in courtly intrigue as outside the literal biblical apocalypse wages on. They are in the area of Northwatch. Northwatch, which is... 1 second, everybody. This area on your map. That is the old one. Let me put out the new one. There we go.
I'm in the right Roll20, right?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Go to everyone there. As you can say, this is the domain of Northwatch. It has 5 provinces in it. The province of Tempest Guard, a more northwesternly area. It is constantly buffeted by what is called the Everstorm, which is this eternal, cold, wintry, lightning thunderstorm that is constantly sort of bashing into the sort of mountain ranges in that area. And just like hitting the things and drenching houses and covering it in sleet and rain and snow and ice and hail and all sorts of other things. But these hardy people push it back. In fact, they've started to harness the storm in order to generate power that is needed by everyone else. Down south, we have Ashenvale. Ashenvale is thus named this because to the south, off the bottom of the map, there is a mountain which is only referred to as Death Mountain. It is a giant volcano that is constantly spewing ash into the atmosphere. That ash is settling down in Ashenvale. It is choking out a lot of life, but the people there are doing their best to make, things go. They're tilling the ash, plowing the ash. It is enriching the soil a little bit, which has made them one of the largest food growers there. They have a more feudalistic society down there, as they have a bunch of people who are sort of modern-day knights. In fact, let me sort of steal a couple things here to show you and everyone else as we talk about these things here. I'm going to move us back over toward the map. There we go. So,
Quick question.
Yes.
If any of you have the stream up, are you able to see okay? Because it just looks like a black screen for me. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Looks good
it
to me.
looks okay for me.
Okay. It's just
Yeah.
my Twitch feed might be having weird issues. So good. Just want to make
Oh
sure.
no. Your Twitch feed is having issues. Are you not able to see anything at all?
Like on my stream preview, no, but it sounds like it's actually streaming, so that's good. It just looks like a black screen for me, unless I pause it and then it shows the screen. It must be something on the stream preview on Twitch's end. If it looks good to you
Okay.
guys.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, I will go back here. Here we have some images of Tempest Guard and the sort of areas that people live in. And here's sort of the general look of the various people of Tempest Guard that call this place home. It takes a sort of sturdy, hardy people to want to live in such a desolate and, shall we say, tough land. But there is peace and there is serenity in the various locations that these hard fought warriors will stand as they fight to see the next day and embrace what will come. As I then said, there is Ashenvale. That is a nice little look at what can be seen in Ashenvale after one of the eruptions gets just a little too close to comfort. This is probably a little farther down into the burn lands, probably a little bit outside of the borders just because of how much devastation that there actually is. But people there are, as they say, little more than peasants in some areas, as they are sort of bound to the fields, but there are still mighty great castles that have been built in that area to sort of withstand these things. I should also mention that in this world, at this time, there still are mortals in and around this area. These mortals don't necessarily know what's going on. In fact, they might not see the castles as castles, more just like big, giant corporate structures that have been taking over pastoral farmland, the urban sprawl being brought out here. And yes, these are tractors being pulled by horses. Gasoline can be something that is difficult to come by, and so sometimes you do what you can. Anyway, I believe this is the people of Ashenvale have a aristocratic nature about them, at least the upper crust do. They are guided into a chivalric sort of stance by their leaders, who purport that old ways of life are still good and proper and should be respected, even if there is some room for luxury in and amongst the more decadent of their kind. Next, we move to another area. One last thing here, as you can see, cars driving down the road with a castle there. I actually do love that picture. We move to the area of Fjordwater. Fjordwater sits in the northwest area. Sort of central. It has a lot of scattered lands, islands that are patrolled by various groups of boats and boat captains who have taken to the life of the sea and made it their own. They have a very peculiar culture about them. Some might call it piratical in their sense of fashion. Many have taken to nautical terms for their nobility rather than the standard lord and lady or things such as that. But still, they also battle and fight against the Everstorm and their regular raids on Victory Island, which they fight the forces of the apocalypse for. They have managed to hold some ground there, which is something to be said. Many of them live on large, luxurious cruise ships in the middle of the lake, luxury yachts, pleasure boats, those kinds of things. If they aren't staying in seaside homes or any other such manner. Of course, traveling even westward, we have the pristine land of Everwood. Everwood is a very green, pastoral area where the people tend to live in and amongst trees. A lot of the area has been saved for wildlife refuges and other such places. You would think that it is one of the places that many of the enemies of the apocalypse would want to attack, but when they do attack, they tend to disappear. Some say they are dragged screaming into the darkness, never to be seen from again. They do tend to like their guerrilla tactics there. A lot of Fae do call this area their home, as they are more keen on living the more natural life than one might find in other places of the city. Speaking, of course, of other places in the city, there is the beating heart of the city. If this idyllic pastoral lifestyle isn't to your liking, then Ironheart might be more your speed. Ironheart is the bustling old world city set in the heart of Northwatch. It is the place where the most elite of the elite still come to play because all of the old world amenities still exist there. It is likely the place most untouched by the apocalypse. Although it does have a few marks and scars and remnants of the old world. Pictured there is Starreach Tower. It is an old world relic that still stands proud. It's one of the most important holdings that a person can get in all of Northwatch, and it trades hands a lot with the favor. I believe we may learn a little bit more about who currently holds Northwatch Tower as tonight continues on. Sorry, not Northwatch Tower, Starreach Tower. As you can see, this is more of a daytime shot. There are some angels flying through the air. Yes, angels are a thing. They manage the skies. They fly all around. They all control the air. Many of them are messengers. Some of them are just taking pleasure cruises. But yes, the city has changed quite a bit, but it still is somewhat memorable from what it once was in the old world. Now, each one of our players has come from one of these areas. They have come there and they have been chosen or maybe volunteered to be sort of ambassadors for their area in the land of Ironheart. So I think it'd be best right now if we introduced these people and got to know them a bit. Don't all speak at once, please.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting on you to introduce us.
Yes, so I was wanting to know who would like to go first.
I'll go first if nobody else wants to volunteer. I am Lord Ranael Naotariel, Angel of Protection and Vengeance, sent from Tempest Guard to whip these people into shape to fight the war against the apocalypse or against the Everstorm. Same thing, right?
Yeah. Apocalypse is more fitting. The war against the Everstorm is just one of the more ubiquitous tools of the apocalypse. It would be like someone from Ashenvale saying, "We have to go fight and stop the volcanoes." Like there. I'll also put on here the volcanoes. There's an effect on the world called carnival. What that basically means is that most mortal humans aren't aware that the apocalypse has even happened, and they're continuing to go around some semblance of their mortal lives. There are a handful of mortals, a large handful you could even say, that have seen through carnival and are able to see the world around them for what it is. They are special paragon heroes, and they stand besides the other supernatural forces. Even though they might be slightly outclassed, they can hold their own. The biggest thing here, I would say, is much like the ash mounts constantly erupting down in the south do tend to break carnival, and people can still see that destruction. There are several storms from the Everstorm that break free and come down in to do it. While the Everstorm itself, no one sees it. Like they don't know, like, oh yeah, the Everstorm. It's a thing where constantly all these things are happening up there. They just think, oh no, it's just oh yeah, it snows a lot up there. It happens. There's like blizzards and stuff. It's in the north. And like it's like, man, we just got a really bad storm. They'll still see some of that storm. So sometimes you have a storm that breaks carnival, or people just go, man, it really rains here a lot. But yes, anyway, do you want to tell anything else about your character there, Lord Ronniel?
What do you think I should go into here? I mean, I can leave it there. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Sure.
I can go next.
I don't
Excellent.
mind either.
Floor is yours.
All right, I'll just run it. I am Lord Grendall Goldengrove. I am a pixie, fae she. I am a power broker, information gatherer, information broker. I deal in secrets, spies, and knowledge. I'm here to learn as much as I can and assist the higher echelons of the ruling class to find out secrets in exchange for my own personal progression. Yes, I will leave it at that.
Excellent.
Well then, I will go next then.
All right. Take it away.
I am Grand Duke Lucien Dmitry Mikhailovich Durohan Joy, an infernal aristocrat of the most excellent category of Ashenvale, sent here quite against my will due to whipping people into shape, not in the same way as our dear Raniel here did, but quite similar. I host the most distinguished courts at my place, and here at my court, the world is your oyster, dear listener or viewer.
Excellent. And last but not least.
So I am Lady Odile Fortuna. I come from probably one of the more selfish families amongst those of us here, where rather than having the grander goal of solving the issue of the apocalypse, we've chosen to send our reaches out to try and gain more power within our own family, more access to, as we run most gambling casinos, we're running into a lot of wealth. my primary goal is separate from the family of I am interested within gathering information on what needs to happen to preserve the endless odds that come with the world. And if the apocalypse ends it, then we don't get to see how many dice can be rolled. I am running a new court to myself that is mostly going to be centered around gathering information as we host events and parties of all likes through our company.
Indeed. What a wonderful group of people that we have. So, now here in this pilot episode, this really episode sort of zero of everything here, we are going to start with what is called your pilot court challenge. Each one of you is going to make what is called a court challenge. This is something that's going to kick off most episodes that we're going to be doing. What this is you are going to sort of describe to me in an informal way how you're running the court, who's in your court, sort of like what things are going on there. Think of this as an introduction to your court and how you're managing it. After that's done, we're going to make a challenge for each one of you to sort of see how things are going. This will also be a way for me to sort of instruct other people in the rules. I think everyone here now knows how to make a roll, but people at home might not. So if you're watching along, you can sort of pick up a little bit on how this is going here. So who would like to go first, or I will start picking?
I'll go first.
All right. Lord Grendall, tell us about your court.
So my court's very small and very, I guess, specialized. We don't do so much lofty sit-in meetings and more on the go talk and walk situations, as the size allows that. Only 4 courtiers that I have. And I guess what we do the most is run errands in terms of like picking up new tips, finding the new piece of information that is out there, sort of running messages and running bribes, running things of that nature to get new information, get new pieces of gossip, or to spread rumors, things of that nature, to sort of position and maneuver myself or others that gain my interest to a higher level or to a worse level, depending on, you know, attitudes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Excellent. So while we're here, we're going to stick on you. We sort of have there now. So now we're going to go over to your character sheet that we have here.
Certainly.
On your character sheet, I'd like you to sort of go through and tell me sort of what sort of. Also, please tell us a little bit about your holding. Where
Oh,
are
yes.
you operating out of? Yes.
So, my holding is a nightclub called Grendall's Getaway. It is a well supplied establishment. It holds well-stocked bar, a spacious sitting room, acoustic performance area, and a rooftop lounge.
And of course,
And
you
I
have your lovely wife,
Mhm,
Lady Consort L'Oreal Yuletide.
indeed.
I will show here to everyone as she's drinking her mulled wine, one of her favorite drinks. It's a classic hot cider
Mm,
mulled wine, the sort of things that House Yuletide shares around and always has on hand to offer to its guests.
mhm.
Um, Tell us a little about your relationship with her.
So we have an unusual relationship in the sense that she has a powerful benefactor and lover. We are together in a mutual respect sort of situation, but not out of so much love as it is gain. She has a powerful mistress, lover, whatever you would call it. Um, and she keeps tabs on him, and in exchange, I sort of keep her in safety and in comfort while she gets me occasionally tidbits of information. It's a very symbiotic relationship, and she enjoys it very much. So we we both benefit from a situation that we are in. So it's mutually beneficial, symbiotic, but we both have a loyalty to one another.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, with all of this, I am now going to ask you, how are you, how with your traits here? I'd like you to
Mhm.
say which ones are benefiting you in being able to run your court.
Oh yeah. Okay. So definitely quick words. I'm good with moving my words around, making sure people understand, making sure
Sure.
people maybe don't understand if I don't want them to, that kind of thing. Um,
+1.
definite, definitely mo of manipulation. Um, I get my goals through getting people to believe what I want them to. Um, I mask is charming, definitely, because who doesn't like a charming individual? Um, mastery of manipulation sort of covers the again another manipulation type tactic, being able to get people to believe what I want them to. Appears as harmless. Nobody's going
I'm
to.
going to say
Yeah.
that mass is like the
Hmm.
appearing as harmless doesn't really help you do
Sure.
things here. In fact, it might hurt you a little bit
And
because
okay.
you might you don't seem like the type that will beat these people if they step out of line, which isn't helpful in running a court
Hmm.
necessarily.
Okay.
Mass is charming was, I'm like, it's a little iffy, but I could give it to you as like, oh no, I appear charming and happy, so oh yeah, no, everything's good. We like him, like that's
Yeah.
good. But appears as harmless, I'm saying no to that one.
Hmm.
For
That's fine. And then I would say definitely illusory tricks to sort of sell my overbearing power against, I guess, to my courtiers, to make them a bit more effective, if you will.
or
Make them
I
a
could
little scared.
I could say you well. I mean, the problem with that is these are illusionary tricks, and so if it is discovered that it's all bullshit and bluster, then things could go rather poorly for you. You also do have your fey nature of shrewd and greedy, which
True.
could be added as a trait if you want to use that in addition to or instead of illusionary tricks. That's up to you.
Let's do that instead of illusionary tricks. You're right. That makes more sense. You're
Okay.
definitely right.
So shrewd and greedy is adds 2. So that's 2 for shrewd and greedy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is very good there. You could, of course. Now, of course, we're going to go down on here. Um, hmm.
Mhm.
You have the court affliction of being occupied, which is
Sure.
basically a sort of means that your spouse is not always there to oversee things, which means that it's going
Mhm.
to contract some stuff here. I'm not certain if being well informed really helps you out in this certain situation. It sort of seems like for you, this being well informed means you know more about the outside rather than the inside things here, so that might not necessarily play into this all that well, which I believe would put you at 5.
Mhm.
Now, of course, you can try to tap your wife as a bonus to this, gaining an affliction for it, um, uh, as you would do this, or you can say, "I'm good with 5. We're going to roll with 5."
Let's roll with 5.
All right, you're rolling with 5. You are using your Fey nature, which may mean that there could be an issue if a 1 is rolled. You may not use a shard on this roll because shards may not be used on house rolls. So what
Mhm.
you're going to want to do is say pilot court challenge and do a no shard roll. with 5.
Okay, pilot. I definitely didn't spell that right. Pilot. Health roll.
Court challenge, yeah.
Oh, okay. Court challenge. Apologies. Okay. Submit. 5. And submit. Ooh, lovely.
2 successes, no ones, which means you don't mark trouble, and also your Fey nature doesn't kick you in the ass.
Yeah.
Which is very, very good. So,
Very good.
you can definitely say things are going fairly well for you, although you do hear that as what do you normally do during the day? Like what is a normal day for Grendall Goldengrove?
Wake up very early, have my manservant pour me some wine because why not? And
Is
then
this manservant Monty, or is this manservant one of the lowborn unnamed courtiers? Unnamed non-courtiers, sorry.
lowborns. My man Monty is too busy with other things. Although he is my right hand. No, he's too busy with other things. The lowborn individual, he is a friend, but lowborn, as I said. But he helps me get ready for the day, get dressed, etc. I get dressed mostly myself, but he's there to run for things if I need them, etc. I go about my business at the nightclub, getting ready for the night. Usually, I like to attend to things when I can. Perhaps waltz about at court, learning things, talking, rubbing elbows, etc. Whenever I can. Setting appointments for knowledge gathering and for tasks that I prefer to set aside myself, as well as tending to my courtiers, getting them to do things for me that are important to my court. And then at night, I enjoy the nightclub and occasionally attend that. Otherwise, handling other business of the court and of state, so to speak.
Understood. Yeah. So as you sort of are going around doing this, there is a sort of knock on your door to let you know that there is apparently trouble brewing down in the sitting area, or in one of the private areas.
Oh, well, I go investigate.
Sure. Yes. It seems that there seems to be, you walk in on what appears to be a minor spat between Lady Consort L'Oreal, and Sidian Summerbloom. Brandon, her brother, is sort of young, very young brother. Almost he came out of the Sephira a couple months ago, so he's 16ish at the youngest. At the oldest or youngest, he's there. She's still very much being trained in how to do things, and she, being his sister, is the one who is overseeing his training, because the mother has your responsibility, you take it. And so she's the one who's been raising this young boy. As the two of them seem to be arguing about something that it's a little like it's hard to put together exactly what it is, but there definitely is some minor tension here.
Between her and the brother, or her and Sidian Summerbloom?
It's between her and Sidian, but Sidian keeps trying to interject around to the child that is standing behind her, and she's like, no, it seems like Sidian is upset possibly with something Brandon has done, where L'Oreal is standing in there like, don't none may fight with my brother except for me.
I understand.
Kind of,
yeah.
And so Sidian is they have their drinks in their hand. They haven't thrown their drinks at each other, so that's good. Although it does look like there has been some spillage on Sidian, and uh and he does not seem to be happy.
I understand. I will slam the butt of my cane on the floor, like to get their attention. I'll say, "What is the meaning of this?"
As you sort of see this, you sort of see like the eyes sort of turn towards you, and sort of L'Oreal sort of nods and sort of bows and sort of like flits on over to your side. She goes, nothing, a lord husband. Um, Simply a bit of a disagreement. And it's like, disagreement? The little whelp was poking around in my chambers, startled me to death.
I know the nature of Sidian. Is he lying to me right now?
Um. So you can't tell if he's lying. It would be a oof. So, question: where do you
Hmm.
think you should look to figure out whether or not Sidian is lying? I'm going to ask you that question right now to see if you.
Well, first I would ask Brandon, and
Yes. Good.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
as soon as you look at Brandon, you can tell Sidian probably isn't lying. The guilt is on Brandon's face.
okay,
Sidian is a liar. All right.
mm,
He is known, but like even liars tell the truth sometimes,
true,
like,
true, yeah,
it's like he's like this. He's like, so whatever had happened, Brandon, the perceptive youngster, was probably poking around in a place that he shouldn't be. And, that has upset Sidian. But
mm,
like, of course, like the lady consort, seeing her brother being yelled at, stepped in to be like, hey, no, you don't. Like, like
mm,
it doesn't matter if he's wrong. You don't take that tone with the young boy. All right. He's just a baby. All right.
understood. Okay, so I'll look at Brandon. I'll say, why were you in his rooms?
I heard things, and heard things, obviously not, like, and this is where you can kind of tell like the lying is coming into Sidian. Like, Sidian may have been doing some, probably not like too, terrible things, but like likely things that, aren't normally very approved of, whatever that might be.
Mm,
And like, he's dealing about his own work and his own business and things like that, and things that Brandon probably shouldn't be, peeking in on. Of course, Sidian's not going to
mm,
say, I was doing shady shit when, the boy
yeah,
like snuck into my room. Like, but you probably get a sense that Sidian was doing something because of the nature of these people being so independent. You probably
mm,
don't know exactly what Sidian was doing, but then again, like, your courtiers are allowed to go and pursue their own, desires and goals.
sure,
So, like,
yep,
it's not like he's doing something that is necessarily breaking the rules.
understood. I will tell I'll say, Brandon, wait in my chambers for a moment, and I'll look to L'Oreal.
And
I'll say, you accompany him.
she sort of goes, and she's just like, but just like almost like she wants to say something, and she's like, but uh
Just I'll be with you in a moment.
sure, sure. And you sort of see her walking out a little bit. You maybe notice her stumble like a little, like maybe she hit the mulled wine a little bit too much, like,
Mm,
but for the most part,
understood.
she should have gone into, to be with Brandon. You sort of see Sidian
Mm.
sort of standing there, is like, it's like, thank you, my
Stop
lord.
talking. Stop talking. Um, I want to hear exactly what was going on. Now, if you will.
I was conducting some delicate business with some
Mm,
female associates of mine, and I was, we were getting to certain arrangements,
mm,
and I see some movement, and I thought what was going on here, and I had to. He sort of lays out. He was probably like messing around with some people. You know,
Mm.
doing some things, but like nothing too bad or anything. And kid comes in the room, and so he's just
Mm.
like, yeah, you know,
Understood. Listen, here's the thing, Sidian. The boy is under my charge. You know this, right?
of course, Your Highness.
So I kind of like jostle the cane up a little bit to where the tip's like higher, and I'll like push against his chest. I'll say, "You're never going to do that again, right? You're going to come to me with problems with Brandon, not yell at him. Am I?" And I press it against just a little harder. Am I understood?
Yes.
Hmm. A short answer for once. I like it. Very good. Have a good day. I'll pat him on the shoulder, and I'll go back into my chambers to talk to my brother.
My lord,
Hmm. Yes.
I will agree to this if you agree to keep him out of my chambers.
Deal done.
He sort of, you don't feel a ceiling on this. He's not spending energy to like force you to do it, but it's like you made a thing of him. It put him a little bit on the back foot, but you are the Lord. And he's like, fine, if this is what's happening, he stays out of my chambers, and we're all good. All right.
Fair. Very fair.
All right.
And
All right.
yeah, I'll go in real quick to handle these guys. I'll walk in and I'll say, "All right."
You
He's
sort of
been
walk in, like you sort
yeah.
of see they've gone to does do do you have a joint bedroom, or do you have her in a separate bedroom?
We share, but she has her own in case she comes in late or something.
Sure. Then they're in her bedroom. Then the
Sure.
small little city. It doesn't have. It's not like a full bedroom. It's more like a couch she can like relax upon or lie down. Her sitting area, shall we say?
Sure.
Then.
Yep.
They're in her sitting area, which is sort of like adjacent to your room. Like she's sort of on her chase lounge. Brandon is sort of on the lounge, like laying down, kind of like huddled, crying, like nearly in tears, like many children are when they get yelled at. He's just sort of stroking his hair, like it's fine, it's okay, very, very, big sister maternal instincts, kind of, I'm your guardian, I'm the one watching out for you, sort of, doing these things here as you sort of watch on, and she sort of looks up at you, like with the sort of eyes of like, well, like expecting to see what's going on.
All right, Brandon. What did you see? And let's be specific. I want to know what he was doing. Don't. Well, I should say if it was a little graphic, don't maybe say it, but just give me an idea.
So he basically just says that they were, discussing things, and there was some giggling. He thought they might have been playing.
Hmm,
Didn't know exactly what's going on.
fair.
He sort of saw the guy there as he as he sort of peeked on in, sort of sneaked on in. Then when he saw him, he Sidian let out a very, very effeminate scream and spilled his wine all
Sounds like
over
city.
himself.
Sounds like a
And
Sidian thing to
was
do.
like,
Yeah.
oh, like, and got over the other two, and then the other two were not happy, and so they rush out, and he's just like, I'm gonna,
Did you get a look at the faces of the two ladies that you saw? Don't tell me about anything else. Did you
no,
recognize them at all?
no, he didn't recognize them.
Okay, good. All right. Well, so that's fine. Look, Brandon, I'm not very upset. Really, it's kind of amusing in the morning, but don't go in there again. Just don't do it. Okay. I know you're curious about things and everything. Just don't do it again. It makes my life harder when this chuckle fuck in there decides to, get a little zesty.
You kind of seem like he's like nodding, but there's a little bit of defiance still in him, like as like L'Oreal's still kind of soothing, it's okay, it's fine, like yeah, like it's like she's not like countermanding you, but like whereas you're definitely being like this is serious, she's definitely in support and care mode, like rather than this is serious things that's going on.
I'll look at L'Oreal and I'll say, stop babying him. He's 16. He's not a
Well,
baby.
he is fresh out of the area.
Mm.
They come out at 16. So
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
They just exist at 16 for the first time ever.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well then I'll amend that to say this is not something we need to be encouraging him to do. You need to we need some discipline. No, I'm not going to do anything crazy, but I'll think for a moment. I'll say, tonight I think you'll be at the getaway. I think you'll be I'll think for a moment. I think you'll be dishwasher tonight as penance.
She sort of looks at you and she just sort of nods. She's like, I think that's fair. And he's like, Ma, I don't wanna. She's like, no, you listen to him. Like it's like he is your lord. He is the ruler of this house. And he is the one who has set you did a thing that you weren't supposed to do. It's like, how was I supposed to know? It's like, this is how you're supposed to know. Like, you do this, it won't hurt you. He's not she's now switching a little bit away from the totally just do this into the more the no, he's right, like
yeah, like come on.
Yeah. But he's being a kid and kind of going into temper tantrum mode, as you sort of see, she just says, Brandon, go to your chambers, and he's like, I don't want to, you're not. And she's like, go to your, and he just gives him the look, the stare, and he just sort of hops out of the room as she just sort of relaxes, like sort of leans back. She's like, oh, thank you so very, very much.
That's no problem. I make promises, I keep my promises, so.
She nods and she says, don't we all, as she sort of rises and gives you a kiss on the cheek. If that's acceptable to you and your arrangements and things like that.
Absolutely.
And she's just there. She's just like, you could definitely smell alcohol on her. Like she was drinking.
Well, I suppose this was a okay situation. Just maybe lay off the alcohol.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lady Odell asked me over for a drink, and I
Odell.
may have gotten Fortuna.
Yes, I
Your
know the name.
Sister-in-law.
Yes, I know the poor woman that married my idiot brother. I know. Very unfortunate for her in some ways, but the name.
Indeed,
Goldengrove is a big name.
It is.
Indeed. Well, maybe we'll. Yes.
Oh, you were going to say she's like sort of acquiesces to you.
Fair enough. Yes, I'll have to go and visit Miss Fortuna sometime. She's got an interesting business over there. Maybe I need to.
He's very busy. I am sure that if anything comes up there, I promise. She should have put her hand on your chest. Like, I promise I will let you know if I hear anything of importance from her.
All right. Fair enough.
Not that you can't, of course. It's just, I know how you get around your brother.
Yes. That's a fair point. Yep, that's you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Very well. Yeah.
You see her phone kind of buzzes and she sort of looks, she's like, I should go deal with this. And we will speak later on.
What are we dealing with? What are you dealing with?
Whatever. She's like, the buzzing on the phone usually means that there's
Oh,
some
yeah.
request coming in.
I
And so
understand.
she's just like,
Oh, yeah. All right. Well,
yeah,
go on. Do your thing.
miss. He gives you a kiss on cheek, runs out of there. And unless there's anything else that you really want to do,
No?
I think we can cut from there and go on to the next court challenge. So who would like to be next?
Sure, I'll go then.
Go for it.
Okay, just checking in
All right,
case.
excellent. Yeah, no, I had to step away there for a second. All right, so Lord Lucien Joy, tell us a little bit about you and your court.
My court and myself, we are all party animals. We enjoy festivities day and night at all times. My court is housed by members of exceptional talent and ego, just as myself. Alcohol, drugs of various kinds, and a complete and total atmosphere of party reigns in my court. Even when matters of importance come up, a drink, a smoke, or maybe other substances may be present for all to enjoy. It's a massive party palace in essence. The Chateau de Rohan, well, which is the holding, or better said, my holding, is a great Baroque palace, very decadently decorated with velvet sofas, lots of sitting areas, pleasure rooms for when things get more intimate, and there is also a fencing arena if you ever want to stab somebody in the face for stealing your potential girlfriend or an Eddie or just sport.
Very
Yes,
nice
yes, and you, of
digs.
course, you also have the lovely Duchess Augusta Zuriel, who is your wife, your admiring wife.
Yes, she
So
loves
let
me
us,
so much.
yes, indeed she does. So let us see, how are you running this court?
Apart from very, very free-handedly, my court has does have quite s- respect for me due to various things like my ancient heritage, or maybe my charming demeanor, or my cultural influence. I will explain all of these quickly. Ancient heritage is important because I come from la creme de la creme. I'm as old as the world at this point. Charming demeanor because who cannot like somebody who actually listens to you and it's very nice to talk to you. And cultural influence in this case because look, I host all these people's various joys. I entertain them and I make them seen as the most all artists of different kinds or just in general divas who need the attention. So being of influence in culture makes them seen in a way. Apart from that, mastering domination, not only because it can be fun in different areas, but because knowing how to rein these people in when things get tough is quite important. And also, all about fashion is important because we like to stay in the current trend, or better said, we don't because we all wear the most decadent and luxurious clothing available.
I will add this right now because simply because you have a roster of celebrities and staying them in fashion would be beneficial, but otherwise this would be a no. But I think because of other things there, so that's there. Anyway, yes, continue.
Sure, and lastly, uh, at this point, I would go with either having seductive eyes because looking into my eyes is a world of pleasure for most people, and it's nice when you want people's attention. If they look at me and have a good time, what's the problem there?
I'll give it. I'll give seductive eyes also. All right, so that puts you at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're going to go on to the negatives. Your court is disorganized, which means you have a minor court affliction, which means you go from 6 to 5. And you have to deal with the fact that you have some capricious talent, which means it's going to go from 5 to 3 because it's a major affliction. All right.
Indeed.
So you can tag some of your courtiers or your own wife in doing these things here if you think that would benefit the role. Or you can say I'm happy with 3 and I'll roll with that.
I think I'm happy with 3 considering my wife is not the reason my court is bad. That would be horribly and not awkward, but I mean, she's a bit unorganized in my presence. When, better said, when I'm not present, which doesn't help keeping this court floating. Not any shade to my wife, she's fantastic. And probably the rest of my courtiers are currently, I mean, most of them are currently having a fun time. Probably on some drinking, smoking, or some other places. I take 3.
3. All right, then please make this roll.
Ooh, that's a bad roll.
Oh my, let's see here. Oh boy. All right. That is no successes and trouble. So we get to explain trouble. You rolled a 1. All right. That means you have a choice here. Either you can explain to me how one of these troubles happens to you right here, right now, or you can bank it for later.
I will go with unwanted attention from someone dangerous.
Unwanted attention from someone dangerous. Do you have an idea, or would you like me to throw that in with how this is going on?
I have an idea, but considering it would depend on
Sure.
what you would
Tell me your
consider
idea. No,
dangerous.
you are in charge of this because you are triggering it before it hits 4. When it hits 4, it's me. I do everything. But at this
Okay.
point, you have the option to say things. Now, I can often say that's not enough. We need to add more. But you are the one in control here.
Okay, perfect. Then this somebody dangerous is probably of angelic nature who has taken quite the dislike to me. That's just like Raphael, but maybe Raphael doesn't want to outright murder me at the moment. Maybe this person does. And I've attracted their attention because, well, Lucien is a quite a licitious and problematic character who has seduced many women, men, and has crashed many parties. And he hosts quite loud parties where, not everything is allowed, obviously. He's not that depraved, but to more moralist characters, this is going to be a problem. So I think this dangerous person is not dangerous in the traditional sense, but is maybe a religious figure that has not that is not finding my character rather fitting for the apocalypse.
Yeah, all right. So all right, first let me see here. I think all of that works. But yeah, no. I will. We're gonna work on exactly here. So as you are. What is a normal day for Grand Duke Lucien Joy in his Chateau du Duron?
I wake up in the morning rather early, surprisingly. I invoke my most trusted courtiers, which would be Charles, my fencing master, maybe Bo here. Instead, because I imagine that my stars are sleeping off the parties or still partying, I get dressed by them. I don't dress myself. I don't expect that kind of low brow on me. I then dine handsomely with a good amount of alcohol in the morning already, and then I smoke. And then I oversee preparations for new festivities. I chat with my divas, especially, but I don't do not ignore my courtiers to see if we can arrange a new theater show. Maybe someone of them can organize or reorganize an excursion to a casino to gamble, or simply support my courtiers in a decadent way. If I'm not doing that, I maybe go into town to the tailors, to places of fine dining to get some new supplies. And maybe also drugs, but that's kind of implied.
No, you are, um, shall we say, um, you are mostly going about your day, with Augusta is, at your side, basically telling you everything's fine. She's handling everything. Like you can definitely see there are people coming up to it, and she's sort of, like sort of dealing with it, sort of making sure everything is going well. And uh, it isn't until like halfway through the day that you sort of see an interloper in your stead. A sort of uh a angelic force that has appeared by your side. One
Oh
second, I'm going
my.
to find these things here.
Do you want me to make a
Yes.
move, or are you still waiting?
No,
Feelings of
I'm getting this sort of character out here on the board. So this is the sort of individual you've seen. They are around your chateau. They are kind of been standing there, kind of watching and sort of waiting, and just sort of in a very upset manner.
Oh my. Lucien will definitely approach them with a smile upon the lips, as does there an angelical presence. Probably more devious in nature than a welcoming one, but he does approach them. And my, I don't know, I don't want to misgender this person, so I imagine, what are they? Sounds horrible, but
Uh, uh, you do not know. They are rather ambiguous. Um,
oh,
uh,
okay.
the proper, if you wished to call them, dress them by lord or lady, the term would be letic in this area here, but they may not be a lord or lady. They may just be,
A random
something
angel.
else. Yes,
Yeah.
a random
Okay.
angel.
Okay. My dear angel, have your parents not told you that loitering is bad manners? Do you wish to come in? We have food and drink aplenty.
Oh,
Or
they're
are
already
you ready?
inside your house. They're
But
inside your house, just watching around. Like you realize, were they
okay,
there? Were they a guest? Okay, fine, whatever. They're now in the dueling. They're like writing things down and like,
okay, okay. Yeah, maybe I should have asked, but then to rephrase it, my dear angel, what a lovely moment to have you here. I do not seem to remember you. Are you maybe a poet, an artist? Do you need patronage under my wings? That would
I
be
am
most lovely to hear.
I am Devlin. Devlin Jones. My family house is house my house owes patronage to House Zuriel.
Oh, ah. And you see,
There
just as you
have
say,
been rumors here of your spouse's mistreatment delivered by certain individuals. I am
first,
here to see that it is not so.
I see your my parents-in-law sent you. How unfortunate. But
I did
first of
not
all,
say I was sent by a member of House Zuriel, but they too have concerns with the manner in which things have been taking on. And in fact, they pull out a piece of paper and they hand it to you.
what do I see, GM?
You see the seal of the Archon of Justice.
You see,
Okay.
you know, my dear Devlin, this is quite an extreme measure for. First of all, my wife is not getting abused by anyone, and
That
especially by.
will be for me to decide, Lord Lucian.
Well, then, I have nothing to hide. My dear Augusta, can you please join me, my dearest? And
Of course.
when
Good
she
of you
comes
know.
in, I want to like kneel down and kiss her hand, very much like Gomez Adams style.
All right.
And we go back up and say, "My dear Augusta, my dearest flaming love, this angel has been sent by. I don't want to say your parents, but it's probably your parents."
Yes,
And
Devlin, it is good to see you again. Like you can sort of see she's just kind of like look, it's like I can handle it. I can handle it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And she's like, no, you cannot handle this. Like she's trying to like I can like like she's like sort of getting active, like trying to push Devlin out of the room. Like just go, just go. Like it's not looking admittedly, and here's the thing, her reaction in this way, what you were doing is perfectly fine. Her trying to hide that nothing is going on uh by going like, no, don't go in here, don't do this thing here, I don't want you to see, not looking good for you. um you can understand the cavalcade of misunderstandings that are going on here, and it's at this time one of the lowborn come up to you and they're like, sir, you should be aware that um uh um Georgina and Alfira seem to be having a disagreement in Alfira's quarters.
thank you very much, dear. I will be there just in a second. And I look back at Devlin and my wife. I pull my arm around my wife and say, "My dear, you don't have to. You're safe with me. Devlin here is just gonna look that you're not mistreated by, I don't know, some sentient entity that I don't know of. So if we may tell this man what we do, which is probably everything but abusing you, my dear,
Okay.
please go
She
ahead.
starts listing off all the things that, you do and he's just like, yeah, sure. It's going to be a long list. It's not a list that I can come up with off the top of my head. It's not probably the best list in the world for things, but it is definitely not an abusive thing there, but it is something that could be twisted as such. Um, uh, but again, you can now hear what sounds like a crash coming from deeper in the area. So whatever disagreement between Georgina and Alfira has now escalated higher.
I look at Devlin, say, may you excuse me for a moment. If you wish, I will send a representative r- quickly so you may chat with my wife under the supervision of one of my trustees. Because I simply wish for her safety, as you may understand, Devlin. And
You have people all around. He's not going to worry if like a couple people stick around or anything like that. He's
yeah,
just or they're just there. Yeah.
yeah. In any case, I just want to get a lowborn servant of mine real quick
Mhm.
and say, dearest, may you send for Charles here to accompany my wife? I do not wish her to be unaccompanied while I go deal with our stars in the sky.
Sure.
And after
Charles will
telling her,
be summoned on in. Uh,
and after telling her that, I kiss my wife's hand once more and walk over to Charles, quickly commenting, "Please, keep my wife company. I
oh,
don't
you can't
trust
find
this."
Charles.
Oh,
You would have to spend time going around trying to find where Charles is, and the what's now another breaking thing you hear coming from that area is is upping the ante. So you can search for you sent someone to look for Charles. They're going to look for Charles. All right. But you are not able to immediately know where Charles is. Charles is a writer. He disappears to random spots where he just does his writing. He's weird like that. So
yeah, fully understand that. Then I will take my leave to see what my two dear starlets are up, which is probably destroying my property.
yeah, no. So as you as you sort of see it, they're like you can sort of see Alexander Kamel is sort of sitting out in like the fencing yard, kind of relaxing, like just like he's brought a chase lounge out there as he's just sort of like regaling people about like, oh yeah, no, so they wanted me to help plant the device, but I, of course, am a loyal servant, and I would never do anything. He's like, he's been really high up on his fame. He's a celebrity after he spoke up against the corruption of House Camiel, even from the inside. He's the whistleblower of House Camiel that sort of you know revealed the duplicitous nature that several of them had, which has lowered their stock immediately in the world. He's doing this a lot. He likes the attention. He loves the attention. You swear the stories just keep getting more and more in depth as he tells them and tells them. But like Alfira and Georgia are going at each other. Like Alfira's like scars, like her eyes are bleeding. Like she's got the mascara things. Her demonic scars are showing, whereas the you know Georgina's sort of more, like just sort of like magic is just sort of pouring off of her as she's, they're tussling and pulling at each other's hairs. Uh,
I want to. I imagine I do have a walking stick with me, and I'm gonna tap loudly against the ground. Tap, 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 and say, "Good God! What in the name of living hell are you two doing right now?
It takes probably a little bit more than that, but you can like actually have them physically separated by a couple lowborn. The lowborn staff do get a little beat up doing this, and so Georgine's like, she started this. She said I stole one of her combs. Like I would want anything of hers. It's like, I saw you wearing it. I saw it in your room. It's like, are you calling me a thief and a liar? And they almost start going at each other again.
I once again scream, silence! And now Lucian is gonna sit down and say, now each of you two are going to, in orderly fashion, tell me what's happening. If it's just because of a comb that my two dearest stars are scratching their eyes out, then we have a problem because I need you both. Well, not me needing you, but I want you to elevate your potential to be in the best of your shape. And you two beating each other up for a simple comb that I can get once again because it's probably in the house, and if not, we can get the most wonderful craftsman to do that. Is not productive for my work nor your work, darling. So please go ahead.
Right, so you have a long conversation with them. It veers wildly off in several different directions, but it does mainly boil down to Elvira thought Georgina stole her comb.
Okay, now as a player, I want to ask: is this somewhere substantiated by someone, or did they get a rumor from one of my courtiers? Maybe.
I mean, like, she will say that, that she spoke to Alexander about it, and he said that he thought, he saw Georgina with it.
You see, Lucian just have this expression of "I knew it," but not of "Oh fuck." It's just I look at them two and say, "Dearest stars, dearest craftswoman of my humble house. Do you remember why our dear Alexander is famous?"
Um, he's famous because he turned on his family for the good of the realm.
Indeed, but why else is he famous?
That's it. That's the only reason he's famous, according to them.
Well, you see, Alexander has a, I would say, a way to spin stories ever higher with not confirmed facts most of the time, if you get what I mean.
So, Alfira goes, so you're saying he lied to us?
Yes, he likes
The two of
told.
them burst out of the room, start directly towards where he is, both like splitting up going there, and within a moment you hear one of them calling, I found him, and then the other one comes to the fencing area, and suddenly there's a brawl in your fencing arena. Meanwhile, you see Devlin there just sort of watching and writing things down. This is not a day you wanted observed, by the way. Not a
Probably
day.
not. But you know what? I'm dealing with it.
Yeah.
Uh, I imagine I can go to my lovely fencing court and try to. mm, Are they actually fighting, or is it more a fist fight?
It's not a duel. It's a little bit this thing, a little bit of a pushing match, getting more shouting, but it's amongst the public area. You do see Bo kind of standing there going like, "My, this is wonderful. Do you think there'll be tears?" Like Henry is just sort of like not the most pleased with what Henry's busy doing other things, so he's like, I can't be here to break things up. But you do see your wife is there. You can't, Charles isn't there. You don't know where Charles is, and you can't find the person that got sent to Charles.
Why have enemies when you have my court?
Yeah.
I will first I will probably let them fight, to be honest, because after all they need to get it out of their system. And I hope I have enough people. I have enough. I won't say enough security personnel, but at least a small core of them around the house. I don't know if
You have your lowborn. Your lowborn can
Yeah.
act as impromptu security forces. They're not good at it. They are likely to get hurt, which is why you are training up a group of actual core security to be like, nope, this is why I need people.
Yes. So I will go to one of my lowborn and get two of them. Say, to one of them, to the lowborns that helped me with these two down there, and I looking down at the pit. Please tell them to take the day off and enjoy their time, take care of their wounds, and relax. To the others, if they go too far and start breaking their noses or whatnot, stop them before you even see that. And if any of them gets hurt as well, please, as an extension of my courtesy, give them also the day off, or how much they need. Give them food and drink, all on me. And in general, just give them a good time. I don't want to involve them, but sadly, such are things. And I'm going back to deal with the whole situation with my wife.
Yep. Sure. Yes, your wife is sort of still kind of standing there. She's just like, Devlin left. Don't worry. I think he's gone. I think they're gone. They are just a bootlicker for my father. They not they are probably here because other people have gotten jealous, and don't worry, I'll handle it. I can totally handle it. I am not out of my depth and going to make this way worse. Please let me handle this, my loving husband.
I grab her hands, both of them, and say, "My dearest darling, I don't want. I know you can handle them, but help is always good. We are a team. We are not up. We are not married due to politics. We are married because true love. So please, I know you want to handle this alone, but please let me help you. Let our friends help us. For what are we not if not a community of our own?"
She nods and goes, as you wish, my lord. And sort of, goes back into that and sort of follows her lead. And like with her assistance, you are able to sort of calm things down. She can go deal with the stars. She's a little better at dealing with them a little bit, especially Georgina and Alfira. She's got away with them, like she's just like, come here, please sit, you're gonna do this thing here, the only time you've seen her get really forceful is with those stars. She doesn't really interact that way with the other courtiers. But yeah. So I think that's good for your court. We've seen the problems that you're having. That you have a little minder that's been dropped in your court because of your troubles, and we'll see what happens with that. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
Excellent. So, Lady Odile, tell me about your court.
So my court is newly inherited to me. It has several members that already have established relationships and established dynamics that originally originated with my husband, Ranael Goldengrove, who is the brother of Grendall Goldengrove. They kind of used to be a court mostly centered around Ranael getting to just go party and have the life of frivolity he always wanted, and they weren't really getting a whole lot done. I met him upon an arranged marriage after talking with the one who is essentially kind of like funding my campaign into this area. He noticed that I did not want to be a courtesan. He did not want to be a lord. Matched us together, and we have found that the union works where I've taken over the court. It does have its issues.
Question on one thing you said. When you said you don't want to be a courtesan, he didn't want to be a lord, you're not talking about the person who helped you in this area. You're talking about your husband doesn't want to be a lord, correct?
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
Ranael did not want to be a lord.
Right.
He was originally by birthright, did not actually want it, wanted more of a backseat role where he could have a little bit more freedom of being able to go around and do things in a different way. He's not in charge of absolutely everything, is more of kind of supporting the grander structure. Which has worked so far. We have had like a pretty beneficial interaction between each other. He's probably one of the greatest reasons that Odell has had enough following with the court, but it hasn't come with its issues of they started out just all partying. Some of them would like it to be that way. Some are kind of okay with the change in pace. We do have his two bestest friends, Olander and Aspen, who tend to be kind of the greatest bit of resistant, along with Estelle, Severin, and Rose. All five of those tend to be the greatest pushback on positive change in the court. Now that it's shifting, she's trying to make it to where everyone is getting more into an information gathering center, and trying to establish them in new roles within the event planning center. Rather than going to a bunch of parties, we are planning them and then hosting them in order to get our involvement. This is at Glamour Glades Dining and Events. It does not have to be a grand event. It can even just be a nice dinner or anything similar.
Sounds lovely.
Within, I was going to talk about the rooms within the holding if you still would like.
Please continue. Please continue. I there was a pause, and so I didn't know. So continue.
I had a little hiccup.
It's fine.
Within Glamour Glades Dining and Event Center, there is the welcoming reception area, which is open to the public. This is the first room you're going to see when you're going to set up for any types of meetings. There is our maintained file archives, which is fully private. Only staff are allowed to be in here. There is the adjustable showroom, which is typically where you'll go once you have a meeting. This is what we can use to kind of showcase different decor items. You can test it out. There's some projectors so you can see what different lighting looks like. And then there's the comfortable break room. We pride having a faculty that is able to go and rest, because when you are dealing with the high stress of high life events, you have to have everything else in your life kind of according to plan. So if you need to go take a rest, this is where our staff goes.
Sounds great. So tell us what a normal day in your life is and how you are controlling these people before we get to your role. First let's get to your role, and then I'll do it in the proper order, the way I did everyone else's thing. What sort of traits do you see as helping you with doing this thing here? Now, I am going to say You have a minor headache right now because of certain things that happened. So that will mean you're starting at -1. Technically, you're also starting at -3 because of the problematic law. Although wait, you are allowing that law to continue, correct? You're not
Most of it, yes.
most of it, yes.
Yeah.
So you're not at -3 because of that, but you are at -1 because of unpopular consort. So Radomir is not helping. You're at -2. It could be worse. But that means that everyone here is still a little drunk. Because of your rule that you are letting go off there. So that is a thing that's going to be in the area there.
With the headache, I don't think disciplined emotions is going to be applicable this time around. That's kind of going to stunt that.
I mean,
where something
you can say that your headache, you will kind of. I have a headache, but I have disciplined emotions to counteract that. That is actually a thing that can work. Because
okay,
you're going to
yeah,
be
that's
picking
what
the
I was
headache.
going to think.
Yeah. All right. So I will say you have a headache, but you're going to push through it with your disciplined emotions. That basically cancels that out. That's fine.
Okay. She is a trained overseer, so she is like growing up, or like once all of this dynamic started, she was literally taught like by her mother how to kind of make a court flow properly. Adding into that would be the confident conduct. She's coming in, she knows what is needing to get done, and she's able to just like give the explanation in a way where there's not really a whole lot of reason to question or doubt it. She is an acclaimed planner, which just kind of makes the structure and organizing of it easier. It's kind of going to make sense with the run of the business that she knows how to plan the events. The last one that I want to add is favoring wild parties, because like she gets just as much as they do that it's good to go and let loose, and she's going to kind of let that be the bridge of like, hey, you guys can still go party. That is a-okay. I want that to happen, but work has to get done first. But after work is done, you get to go party it up, do whatever you want to do. She
All
does
right.
have the opportunistic bargainer as well, which I don't know if that would fit in here because that's more of like getting a specific thing within a bargain.
I'll get no. If I think you could say that works for you doing that. So you're at -2. I believe that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Do you want to add anything else that you think, even in your facilities or anything else like that, that you feel would add, or do you want to try to tap your husband or one of your followers for assistance?
I'm thinking about tapping the break room because all of them have the space to go and cure the hangover. They get to drink their coffee. Like that's
Yep.
where you get to go chill.
The break room actually does help you with this, so I will give you that. You're at 5 right now. You may make your roll with 5.
I think I'm going to make the roll as 5. I think that'll work.
All right. 1 success and a trouble. So you can choose to trigger that trouble now and explain how you think it's going to come to pass in here, or you can bank it for later.
I'm going to read over my troubles really quick. I think that I'll take the trouble now, and the potential issue would be a threat to your reputation or social standing with what we had discussed of Noctis maybe. That was a recent event, and now he's kind of spreading word that our event planning is not top tier. We're having issues of like, oh, they're not coordinated while they're at the event. They're drinking just as much as everybody else, type of issues and complaints.
Sure. Yeah, no. Yeah, you are. I will definitely accept that there. Yeah. Oof. That is a bit of a pickle for you. So So, tell me a little bit about a day in the life of Lady Odell.
Right now, they're pretty, like, she has a pretty rigid schedule of wake up, doing a morning workout, going just straight to Glamour Glades dining, and being like, what needs to get done, going through the itinerary. She's pretty much running the ship until things smooth out. Um, any type of leisure that she does get within the day is mostly going to be just like going and having a nice cup of coffee or relaxing, and then towards the evening being at any of the events that are being hosted, and that's where she'll kind of let loose towards the end of the night. Um, not a lot in the realm of like just going out and having a good time, more of I'm here for work. Okay, now work's done. Now I get to have my leisure.
All right. So, all right, yeah. So that is perfectly fine. So you're doing things, and so you're managing everything pretty fine. But I will say that things are not going well for you. Your the supporters of the old ways are really kind of kicking things up. Estelle is, handing out more drinks. Rose Blossom, you can sort of hear like snide little things said just out of earshot, like from you, and like dirty little looks as she just sort of watches over at you. Severin seems to be the only one who's just sort of like, I do my job. Like, I do my job. No, we're not changing. I do my job, with his, drink in his hand. And of course, Oleander and Aspen are are riling everything up, talking to Radomir and whispering as things are going on there. Are you going to try to inject yourself in the boys' triangle, or are you going to let them, drink for the moment and let them all handle each other?
How like late in the day would this be?
We're gonna say it's pretty early morning. Like,
She'll go to interject, and it's just going to be a matter of like, hey guys, what have we found out today? What have we got to add to the archives? Maybe we've talked to Rita a little bit about what needs to go on down there. What are we celebrating?
Radomir kind of looks at you and he goes, a moment, please, sort of pulls you to the side and he goes, are you hiding something from me?
You'll have to be slightly more specific. There's a lot of things in life that we haven't talked about yet. My favorite
I
color's purple.
as he sort of, I'm sorry, I'm not the best, but I was speaking, I was looking for Creed and couldn't find him yesterday. And Rada said that you had him running out and doing something.
Yeah, I send Creed out for information all the time. He is our number one informations person. I promised you that, like, trust me, if I think it's something that could bring harm to this company, if it's something that will be a hindrance to our growth, that's what I'll let you know of. It wasn't anything that's going to dampen the party as of right now. If it gets to that point, I'll find out what I need to do to communicate it to you. I just don't want to burden you with the frivolous sides of leading. That's why we made the switch, was so that, we could kind of let you have a bit more fun rather than having to worry about the nitty gritty all the time.
No, I can understand that, but I don't want to be left in the dark. I mean, you were asking me things about, what's his name, Lord Nocturne the other night. And I mean, I got you that information and stuff. And like it seems like I haven't heard anything from that. And I was trying to ask Rieta, and she hasn't heard anything. And she went to try to find Creed, and Creed's not telling her anything, which is a problem. And I'm wondering why I feel like I'm being left out in the dark on something.
I can promise you, although it is information that Creed acquired, it's information that I'm trying to keep locked down because the way I verified the information asks for some secrecy. I'm not trying to keep it from you because it's something that will be detrimental. I'm not trying to keep it to you because I think you don't deserve it. I'm keeping it from you because I don't think that it's so grand that it is going to prevent any plans or that it's going to cause any discourse. And then, second, again, I had a moment of clarification that asked for some on the down lowness. It's not a thing that will disrupt any of what we're doing. It's not a thing that will disrupt your life at all, or our life together, or my life independently. If it was, I would have included a way to immediately tell you. I just don't think that you need to worry about it right now. And when you do, I promise to be the first person to let you know when I can.
You could have looked at you as you promised me that if it becomes important, I'm the first one you tell.
Yes, if it becomes important or detrimental towards anything that we are operating, you will be the first person I talk to as soon as I am able. That's always our agreement. I will always do it that way.
He sort of nods and he's like, okay.
Like I said within our vows, you are one of the most surprising people that I've been able to trust so unapologetically. And I hope that you can put as much of that trust into me and know that I will uphold that oath, that we are in this together, but also you get to enjoy frivolities of life. I won't fill you in on every nit and gritty thing unless it is something that will prevent it.
He nods. He's like, I just don't like the feeling of being in the dark. Can you understand that?
Can't. I can absolutely understand that. I just want you to know that this isn't something you are necessarily in the dark about. It is just something that you haven't heard directly from me. And I don't think that you, as smart a man as yourself, needs to hear everything directly from me. You led this court to your own levels of efficiency before I came along. You had strong reasons for that. You are a good leader and you do have good instincts.
Okay.
You're right. You're right. I came and talked to you about a thing, and I went and talked with Creed, and we found an avenue I needed to look down on. And I looked down on it, and now things are fine.
It's not anything that's going to threaten me or my family.
As of right now, I do not believe it is a threat situation.
And it's not going to threaten you either. Sorry, that should have been
It should
in
not.
there. It should have. It should have been in there. I'm sorry. It should have been us or my family. But it was just I heard you were talking to my brother's wife. And I don't know what's going on. And that's my family. Like it's my family. And if there's something going on there, look, he's like the one I have. All right. So like
Let me phrase it this way. That is your family. It is also my family now by extension. And the other thing is that it is not my right to disclose the entirety of it until it becomes a problem. It is currently not a problem. I do not foresee it becoming a problem in soon times. And if it starts to, I already have the conversation of we have a method of communication. I will not prevent you or your family or your brother, who you said was one that stuck by you through it all. I know how much you care for him. Trust that I know how much you care for him and that I respect what he's done for you. And I will also do everything that I can to make sure no harm comes to you or the family closest to us. I just don't think that right now this is a part of information that you need to know yet.
He sort of nods
I
and goes,
hope
okay.
I hope you won't have to worry about it at all. But if you do, I will find a way to let you know.
All right. I am gonna keep looking though. And if I find something, I'm I'm gonna make sure that I look out for those who are close to me.
If you start to find things, will you try and come to talk to me about them first? There is an additional layer to this that I just worry we don't have the full picture on, and maybe you're going to find bits that I did not find, and with our shared story, we will have a better picture.
Okay. But here's the one thing I will ask of you in return for me coming to you first. You cannot forbid me after I come to you first to not tell my brother.
I can't control you as a person, and the things that you find out and learn are the things you find out and learn, and what you choose to do with information is fully your choice. I will not forbid you from anything. I'm not that type of person. I'm the type of person that will let you go and do random things just to see what happens. I
And
will
that's why I love you.
advise you one way or the other. Darling, I love you too. It's why we work so well. We both understand that we have our strengths and that we trust each other enough to use those strengths appropriately.
All right. That's good.
So, though I did also mean what I said upon first coming up here, which is what are we celebrating for? Have we found something that will be added to the archives that will bolster us, or are we just maybe pre gaming a little too early?
We were commiserating that I I'm sorry. Just no, it was boys being boys. I'm sorry. Uh,
It's okay. I just like to ask so that I'm aware of what's happening.
no, I'll
Because
I'll
again,
handle it. I'll handle it. Trust me, I can handle this. All right.
I trust no one more to handle those two than you. Well, maybe Creed on some days if he's grumpy enough. But you, beyond that, on any given day, can handle them far better than I can.
Ari is of adept hand at hauling them around. Also, all three of us. Severin too.
Well,
So,
good. Well,
um,
Severin's able to handle anyone if he approaches them quick enough. That's the
yeah.
whole reason he's here.
Yes. All right. Oh yeah. So I'll you do you. I'm gonna have Ray continue looking into it in her spare time, and try to get whatever answers I can out of Creed. That man thing, he's a fucking annoying piece of shit sometimes. If he wasn't so goddamn awesome at everything he did, like
Now, here's the deal with that. Creed is able to do those incredible, awesome things because we give him the leniency that we are also giving each other. We can't revoke that unless it starts to become a problem. By chance
you're
he finds
right.
out additional things, he'll let us know.
You're right. But I can I can ask him over and over and over again and hope that eventually I wear down the wall with my face. I'm really good at slamming my face into things until they crack.
Or until your face cracks, which is why I told you to stop slamming your face into things. It is not
Yes,
the
dear.
best way of doing it.
All right. So, I'm gonna say crisis averted. Um the one usually means that I put a ticking time bomb in, and if it isn't dealt with, it could explode. 0 usually means too late, it exploded. 2 means all right, yeah, there's probably some minor problem. And 3 we'll see what happens with 3 if someone rolls a 3. And there's one person left, Lord Ronniel.
Howdy.
Hello.
Oh.
Tell us about your court, sir.
All right. So we're set up at Stormward Cathedral, sporting a big courtyard, which can be used for training purposes or what have you. Looming ramparts, which make for fine defensive walls, and overlooking parapet rooftops. I think that's where we hold court, I believe. It's on the roof.
Yeah.
And a private confessional for one-on-one conversations. Slash threats. It also serves as a place of refuge for the innocent and vulnerable. At least the chapel does. Most of my court are, well, we have the theme absolute devotion, I think that's what it's called.
Yes.
So they're
So all of those court, agreements when you meet on the top of the tower, they're perfectly fine, like roll is taken. It's very normal,
Yeah. And let's see here. I'm joined by my spouse, Callista Amare, the unyielding negotiator, from House Amare. Also Casimir Voss, my devoted bodyguard, from House Naotariel. Ali Valorin, my fearless supporter, from House Prudentia. Tyrion Draven from House Zuriel, which is the Glory House, I think.
Yeah.
My zealous renegade, Muriel Vashta, my insightful gossip, Kaylin Rise, my fearless fool, and Celian Vane, my subtle instigator.
Just like a demon to stir up trouble in a court of angels.
Of course. And yeah, I think my current task was recruiting some soldiers. We're raising an army, and we're on a mission from God. And and I think my next task in that endeavor was to meet with the Archon of Peace about assembling this force. I think I have to get their blessing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So, with all of that, what are you doing to sort of run your court? Tell me the traits you're using for this inaugural court roll so we can see what's going on with your court here as we start.
Yes. So we have the court traits: productive and love and support, which sound very, very positive. There is a drawback. We have a minor court affliction of xenophobia. Um,
Sure,
so
but on this one, doesn't cost you a lot right here, I'm going to say, for the moment. The love and support actually does help you, so I'm going to give you a +1 on this roll. And the xenophobia, like, they're xenophobic of outsiders, but you are the one who's running the court, so it doesn't really detract in that way right now.
Um, yeah, can I use my normal traits to help with this too?
Yeah,
All right.
you may. You
Well,
should.
yeah, okay. I'm gonna go through these and try to lawyer as many as I can. So,
Go on.
Heavenly Soldier. Well, I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, I'm assembling an army. This is what I do. I'm a warrior. Like
All right, I'll give it to you.
filled with resolve. I mean, I'm determined to get this done. Like, this is my
Determined to get
goal.
what done?
Raise an army. Put a shield in place for the storm that's coming.
Sure, but that's more working on that thing. This is about running your court.
Okay.
Like, you being a heavenly soldier works because you're running a very militaristic court, and you've got
Yeah.
3 angels in it. All right, like half of your court is angels. Half does include you.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. I'll skip that one for now. Political stuff is not going to be my bag here. I mean, if I wanted to try to argue like serious bearing and be like
Serious bearing totally works.
Okay. Resistant to pain doesn't apply here.
All right.
Unmoved by emotions, like we're straight to business and we're not muddying
Sure.
around in the feelings stuff. Tough presence. I mean,
I'll
it's
give
kind
it to you.
Okay. I was gonna say it would apply the same way serious bearing might. I think fighting style, and
Doubling
melee
up on
weapons
skills. Yeah, doubling up on things isn't a bad thing. It isn't necessarily illegal. I only say no when the things are weak. Like, if it's weakly associated, it's like, I'm doubling up on things that are weakly associated. I go, you get one of those, not the other. Like,
All right. Obviously, fighting styles and weapons doesn't apply here. I don't think really endurance strengths does either.
right.
And I don't think the unique trait applies here.
That's true.
Do
Do you want to use any of your courtiers? Are you tapping them to help in the running of your court?
Of course. Nobody has any afflictions right now. Yeah, let me pull in Callista, my spouse. I mean, this is really what she's good at anyway. I just cut things in half.
All right.
Yeah.
I will say you are stressed currently, so that is going to subtract from this. So-
It's gonna make it worse, or yeah. My affliction will take a -1 penalty. Yeah.
Affliction will take a -1 penalty for this. So you've got a +1 down here with 11 support, which is canceled by the stressed. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, you're going to use your wife there, unyielding negotiator. Both of those things I think really do help you in the running of the court. So that gets you a 2. So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're at 6.
Okay.
But because you use your wife, you are.
I am.
You are getting romantically distracted as a minor affliction.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When you gain an affliction, you restore a shard and name the affliction. I'm already at 10 shards. I think that's my max. I can't go above that, can I?
Cannot go above it.
What if I spend a shard on this roll? Can I regain it?
You may not spend a shard on this roll.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Alrighty.
Do you
Romantically
want to rename?
distracted.
Yep.
Do I want to rename it? I mean, I don't think so. I don't
All right.
think so. I can't think of a name that might strategically be better.
Fair.
All right. So what I just do? Roll with no shard, and I'm rolling for managing my court, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the total potential?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6 from your wife, -1 from stressed, +1 from your court trade. So it's a total of 6.
Gotcha. Ooh.
All right. It's a 9. So, you have a thing that's going on here. So, everything seems to be going pretty good. Tell me what a normal day in the life of your court is like.
I probably wake up to the sound of thunder with a start. Immediately glancing at the window to see if it was a storm outside or if it was just in my mind.
Mhm.
As
Assuming your
he
wife is next to you, and she sort of, as you sort of wake, she's like, "It's okay, it's just a dream," just like relax.
yeah, I think he just sits there in silence for a moment.
He massages your shoulders, rubs your neck.
And
Everything's gonna be okay.
he just says, "It was nothing."
It's not nothing, dear. It's something, but it is not something to stress over. You've been so worked up.
Yeah,
He's gonna continue to.
he sits there for a moment, and he says, "Storm is coming. We need to be ready."
The storm is always coming, dear. She sort of slips from behind you into your lap, draping her arms around your shoulders and going, and if you work yourself to death before it comes, no one fit will be there to face it. Rest, my love.
No time for rest. Body sits uneasy anyway.
She runs her hand down the side of your face. There's always time for rest. For if you don't take it now, it'll force itself upon you later. Please take care of yourself.
That's what I have you for.
Very well.
He kind of like smirks.
He kisses you. She sort of stands, pulls on her, night dress, sort of ties it on up as she's like, I'll go and make sure everyone is gathered together. I will send the boys out into the courtyard and make sure us ladies stay busy.
I think he hugs her as his wings wrap around her.
Mhm.
And he says,
Mm.
"If you need anything, you know where to find me."
Oh, I do, but you're busy right now. He's like, little like teasing you a bit. So I suppose it will have to be later. As she, blows you a kiss and then, very, slyly sort of pulls herself from your embrace, putting all her languid femininity into it as she sort of strolls away, moving her hips back and forth as she goes to the door, kind of like you could have had this. And then sort of turns around, gives the throw to shoulder, like throws her hair back a bit. She goes, "See you later, love." It blows you a kiss, and then she's out the door, like leaving you very romantically
Yeah.
distraught
He's like,
throughout today.
duty calls.
Yep, duty calls. But true to her word, she has gotten Casimir, Tyrion, Draven, and Riss all together. Out of the field, they're waiting for you with the people that you're sort of looking through, and they're going through there. They don't seem happy about it. But yeah.
So we do our roll call thing, I guess, right?
Oh, this isn't a meeting necessarily. That will be later on in the evening, or like later on there. She's set them out there to do the. Unless you wanted to say you wanted her to call in for the meeting, or you want to say this is a minor meeting that still has it. Like she's separated guys and girls.
Okay.
Like she's doing that, so
All right, on.
Probably though, as you do walk out there, Casimir barks something about like commander on the field, and everyone like starts to salute you as you march on out there.
Yeah, he pauses and looks over everybody, nods.
Mm-hmm.
Turns.
Are you giving them at ease signal, or
yeah,
you just
yeah,
stay there, like...
sure, yeah.
Right. So they all, almost in this sort of, like it's not as unified as it was in a very formal arc, but like then like because like these are a bunch of untrained people, so it's like, and there's a few of them don't know what the fuck is happening, like, and they're slow to do it, so it's a more, instead of going a chunk where everyone's like in like immediate there, it's like a cavalcade of like a bunch of moving, and then some people going, "What's going on here? Oh, you stepped on me!" Like,
I want to try to find Allie and try to get her take on the meeting with the Archon of Peace, like how to approach it.
Sure. Well, currently, this is, you can see them inside. You see Allie walking to and fro with Lady Callista, Lady Consort Callista Amare. As you also see later, and then you see Muriel and Celian also sort of coming on in there. They're sort of sitting in one of the side areas where the ladies sit, usually while you're practicing, some of them watching, some of them sometimes not, as they're plotting or scheming whatever it is that they're scheming in this moment.
They're busy.
I mean, you're busy out there, like,
Yeah. All right. Well, let me check up on some of these soldiers, see how they're fighting or they're training.
Sure.
So
some of them are improving, others are not. Currently, they're not like not hopeful, but it's also like we're at the very beginning. It's hard to be hopeful. Like, they're a bunch of like wet around the ears whelps. So
okay, yeah, maybe he stops and gives a few pointers, like you're dragging your back foot, it's slowing you down on your swing, something, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Stiffen your arm, raise your elbow when you draw, stuff like that.
Yep. You're going around and giving pointers and things like that. Comes to meal time, and like the lowborn are bringing you guys out food. They're bringing in food for the royal ladies who are still discussing things. Allie's making notes. A few other lowborn are being sent out there, so things are happening.
Okay.
Is there
Well,
anything else you're doing, or should we say that this is kind of what the normal day is?
I'd say this is pretty much the normal day. I mean, this is probably the stuff he enjoys more is working in the training yard with soldiers, um, that kind of thing, more so than managing the actual politics himself. I think he probably dreads that stuff. So
Yeah, it's fine.
he might even be like procrastinating, looking for excuses even to like focus on the more martial tasks. Um,
Yeah, no, and Lady Callista provides you totally all of those things that you can do. All right.
yeah, sure.
Now, great. And we'll see what might have been flipped into your court in a later scene. All right. So we're going to continue on with this. So that is the pilot court challenge. But whatever happens is around this same time, you are all receiving an invitation to a sort of gala get together this evening at Starreach Tower.
Well, shit.
It is a sort of host and a investigation for some things, and it is a event where the apparently the leader of Ironheart is there to welcome a couple newcomers, meaning yourself, into this area here. Meaning that if you decide not to show up, this is like the biggest fuck you that you could ever give to the princessa of your newfound area. Oh, you threw a party to get to know me in my honor? I'm touched, but I'm not showing up. Like that's a great way to start yourself off here. So show of hands, who doesn't want to go to this thing?
I mean, I don't want to go, but I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say my character is not. Well, no, I take that back. My character definitely wants to go to that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going. That's happening.
All right.
Yeah, Lucian is a party animal. Obviously, is going.
They do say that members of your court are welcome. Or a small retinue, although others are welcome to another party. Like it's a gathering, get to know you. Like they have a separate gathering for all the courtiers to sort of come and get to know each other. Your spouses are, of course, all welcome.
She'll probably
I know mine
love
is.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, my wife will probably already be there.
In addition to bringing Radomir, can I also try to ask Cardea to join?
You may. If there are specific courtiers you want to join, you may ask them to join you. Other courtiers may sneak up and in. Like, it's not like it's the party is here and the other party is across town. It's like there are two parties at the same building. It's just this is the room for the high class people. It's not like there's guards going, you're too low class, you stay out. It's more like when you walk in there and you're not high class enough, you either need to make a reason for yourself to be there, or you're going to get looks all the time, until you decide to leave. It's a social pressure kind of thing. So, people who don't give a shit about the social pressure will just walk right in and be like, yeah, I'm going to do this thing here. It's what I want to do, okay, thanks, bye,
I want to bring my entire court.
Same
Sure.
here. There you go.
Your entire court or your entire court -1?
Oh yeah, Brandon's going to be washing dishes tonight. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Brandon's washing dishes tonight. He doesn't
Yeah.
get to have fun tonight. He made a bet.
Yeah.
He made it oopsies. So yeah.
I'll say this. You definitely hear Brandon whining about that and L'Oreal basically going like, like this is a this is what the Lord of your court has told you. And then he's like it doesn't matter. He's not like my dad or anything. He's like, don't you fucking say that ever.
You can't tell me what to
Don't
do.
Yeah.
Son of a
No,
bitch.
don't you ever, like she's just like, like as far as you are concerned, yes, he is, like he's the lord of your court, like this and just like
If I hear this, I'll approach Brandon if I'm able to. And I'll just say, yeah.
up
No,
to
you-
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna approach Brandon and be like, well, Brandon, I've heard you're making a fuss. Let's just say if we keep hearing that, it's gonna be more than one night. So just you did the crime, do the time. And do it well, and I might reward you.
You just see him just sort of glare at you like, I don't like you at all. I'm
You don't have to like me, just you have to listen to me.
Yeah. Grumble,
Fair
grumble,
enough.
grumble, grumble, grumble.
That's fine. Yeah, he'll get over it. He'll get over it.
That's
But
fine.
yeah,
no,
I'll
okay.
yeah.
The other two, like, they're perfectly cool to go. You can't find Miss Black. It's you sent her off to do a thing, and so she's probably still doing that thing. You've seen her around. It's not like you're like,
Yep.
did she die? It's like, no, she was here like a couple, she was here a moment ago. You saw her walking past, just going like, yeah, whatever. I'm busy focused on things. Very much like, do not fucking talk to me. Like, like unless the world's on fire, I don't care. Like, I'm
Yeah.
busy.
That's what I want. I put her on business.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Anyone else want to say who they're sort of taking or not taking to this gathering?
I don't know if you heard me, but I'm taking my entire court.
Your entire court?
Yes, they are party people
Dang.
nonetheless, and they need to be introduced into more of high society. But I will tell them to be on their best behavior and ignore whatever dear Alexander says for this gathering. Don't listen to him.
He's full of lies. Alexander? Who is Alexander? Oh, Alexander Kamel. Okay, your
Yeah,
courtier.
my notable liar.
Fair. All right. What about the rest of you all?
Question.
Yes.
This is the place owned by Magnus Nocturne, right? Like
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm definitely asking Casimir to go with, of course, the wife. Like, I don't think she would let me forget it if I didn't invite her to this, or didn't bring her with. This seems like the type of place that she would really enjoy, the type of event. I mean, assuming nothing terrible happens. but I get the feeling something bad is going to happen.
No, certainly not.
I might also bring. I'll bring Tyrion and Kaelin. Also, if they're available and want to.
Sure. Tyrion and Kaelin brought to this party.
I just put
Excellent.
the nit and gritty details for mine within the Discord that I have for Odile, but the only one she's directly inviting is Radimir and Cardea.
Sounds great. Allow me to sort of shift us on over.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, braces.
Welcome to a sort of little condensed party map
Nice.
for the people that are here and will be available. So you're all sort of brought into a sort of lavish little waiting area. I suppose I should say all of you who sort of come on in are brought into this area, though there is one lady in your group that is sort of as they arrived separated from others and escorted up to a private section. No waiting for them. As Lord Grendall, your wife, is snatched away from you and taken into, well, who knows where.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Because this is sort of done in not the most private of ways. Not like it's super public, but it's not like, a subtle thing there. It's more like, oh, you can come with us. No, you need to stay here. She has, an invitation. You are,
I shrug and I go, far be it from me to cause trouble. Kiss her on the hand and say, have a good night. And of course, on the way there, I'll just let her, I'll just mention to her, I'll say, if you could inform me of anything important that he discusses, that would be of utmost appreciativeness.
As always, I shall. So if everyone would like to sort of explain how are you getting there? What sort of things are you doing as you go down there? We're gonna we kind of know a little bit of what's gonna happen with Grendall Goldengrove. Lucian, sort of explain to me sort of how you're arriving, how you sort of see. You're all arriving at around the same time, so you can sort of see each other arrive and sort of be like, oh yeah, unless someone explicitly wants to say, I get there first.
So, Lucien and his parties are arriving in the best possible transportation that I can probably afford, which could be a fancy car, a nice chariot, imposing some grandeur as we arrive. As we arrive, Lucien will, I imagine, the Lord is somewhere visible where when we arrive.
Oh no, he's not. Everyone's telling you the Lord is currently at is in a private area. As you are welcome to be here. You are greeted by his guest.
Okay.
Like no, his servants. His servants sort of greet you and they say, "Welcome here. We're sort of here to get these things there. Oh, hey, you're here. You've brought her. Thanks. Great. Rip. Like, like pull her away. You can go up this stairway. No, none of you. Just her gets to go up this stairway into the private chamber. Where he is currently he's currently up there in the private chamber. He's having a few things. He'll be down later once everyone arrives, but he is the host of the party, but he's but one man, and so we're here to make sure we're tending to anything you need, except for your wife. Then not that one. But everyone else, if you need a thing. Like,
Okay, I just smile at the probably overly worked servants, and we all get drinks. We all have a nice time. As I see Raniel, I'm gonna shoot him a smirk from across the room.
Yeah,
so Ranael, how are you arriving? Yeah.
Well, we're probably all wearing our most courtliest and regalist of armors, right? I would assume. That's like our thing.
All of you meaning all of your court, not like everyone here, because I think only you are wearing your most courtly or regal.
Yeah.
Grendall Grove, did you decide to put on a suit of armor before you came here?
No, I'm in a look. I am in a suit, a very classy dark suit, bow tie. My cane is always black marble cane with a head that is round on it, and my courtiers who are dressed down a little bit less than me. Monty being much dressed down than me because he is a cold operative and is not one for. He's got one bow tie with like his armor. That's about it. Because that's how he rolls. And I would probably arrive on in just a simple chariot, but a humble businessman. Nice, but humble.
What about you, Lady Odell?
I'm probably going to be wearing like a dark, like muted tone suit type of situation, but around kind of the waist there's going to be, I don't know if you guys have seen it, the skirt overlay over like slacks that can be worn. It's not going to have like a tie. She's even going to have like a couple buttons of like the button shirt under a vest undone type of situation. And between Radomir and Cardea most likely is in some type of scrubs that she has like thrown a nice like jacket over, but she's not dressed to any type of like regal degree. Radomir is likely in a very relaxed, like earthy toned suit. We're just kind of in like a typical formal dress, except for a poor doctor that had to rush over here at the end of the shift.
Boy, a poor doctor. Sorry, what?
Not like poor as in like unwealthy, poor as in like poor unfortunate soul. Like she's been working really, because she's starting like her new medical practice. She's most likely just kind of like showing up to this party. I would have called her like
Cardea. Okay.
Before.
I was like, who the heck is the doctor showing up? Oh, it's Cardea. Okay. All right. Now that makes it.
Would you wish for my description as well, by the way?
Yes, please.
Lucian is going totally overboard with this, probably. He's wearing a three-piece velvet purple suit with knee-high black boots, heeled, of course, ruffled shirt. Embroidered in the suit itself is embroidered in details of gold and silver. His hand is bejeweled with various rings, and his hair is perfectly cared for with a bow tie, with a bow for his long and flowing hair. He also has a cane, just like our dear Grendall here, but a bit more ostentatious, made of uh, ivory and some finer gems, with a gold tipped end. And the rest of the party do also wear some of their higher fineries, including for the men suits of different textiles like cotton, velvet, silk, and footwear of their choice. Maybe one of them is carrying their swords if weapons are allowed, which I guess they are, but they're more ceremonial items more than actual fighting weapons, while the ladies are wearing big gowns and like this really big dresses full of detail and ostentation.
Sure. As you are all there, you see that there are two groups that are already there. There's two groups that are already there. One is, of course, um uh, a sort of nondescriptish sort of man. He has a sort of snooty, imperious look about him as he sort of stands there, also with a cane. His cane is fancier than yours. um uh uh it's a man that he looks like if he could be wearing a name tag, he would be. As he sort of uh stands there, like just putting his nose a little up at all of you. But you can tell this is a human. Like, he's not an angel. Like, the only thing he else could be is if is a deva. But if he's a deva, he's one of the shittiest deva you've ever seen. And he doesn't have that divine vibe. Um, uh, More like he's there, and he's sort of, you can even hear him sort of, like, people are talking and you hear his voice just come on in over top, and just like, he's like, well, I think that blah blah blah, this thing is going on here. And like, these two people are having a conversation near him and things like that, and he turns around and goes, well, I believe that this thing is there. And it's not even that, it's just like someone asks the waiter if they have hors d'oeuvres, and he's like, oh, they have the finest hors d'oeuvres here. It's like, he's just sort of talking about what's going on here, as the, like, other people are kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And then they, casually sort of walk on out of the area. He is accompanied by a very mousy looking woman, who is sort of holding her hand kind of over her face with sort of a little handkerchief in it. Sort of there, sort of, she's dressed in a sort of semi disheveled um uh dress and blouse that looks like she threw it together last minute, not knowing that she was coming to this thing. Although there is another individual sort of standing next to her with these glowing tattoos just sort of showing out to everyone. A sort of seductive sort of air about him as he sort of stays by her side. Um, on the other side of the area, there is one of the most peculiar things you've probably ever seen. Yeah, it's like, for a second, you aren't able to tell what it is. You know it's not human. Um, uh, and you're fairly certain it's one of the Chimera just because of how fucking weird it looks. But you think it might be one of the Revenant Chimera until you notice all the mechanical parts, and you're like, no, that's got to be a very stylized, like, golem that is glowing green and with this sickly sort of chemical sort of feel about it as it goes on there. And the only thing you can think of your mind is, please let this be House Corpus. Please let this not be House Mentum. All right? Because between the two, It's probably not House Anime. House Anime has a little different vibe than that. They tend to have the vibe of like a little more reserved. Maybe a few of them are more like, but House Corpus is the very ostentatious, live in the moment, live in the now. If this is all because he's a showy motherfucker, he's doing it so goddamn well. There's also, he could just be a well-dressed crazy person, which is also a thing that happens with House Mentum. House Mentum are legitimately crazy. Like, every chimera is a little bit nuts. But House Mentum goes, hey, you know how like most of the time we try to like hide that and keep that out there? House Mentum goes, no. You need to share your crazy with the world. Everyone needs to know what you think of it. And next to him is another woman who you have to take a bit of a sort of another thing is like, is she Revenant? You can't quite tell, but it's another golem. She sort of stands by him, and she's just this sort of cold, stone-faced sort of thing, just sort of seems to be watching everything, and you can more tell she let's hope it's not a double up on House Mentum, because if it's a double up on House Mentum, that's bad. She could be House Anime. She's probably not House Corpus. If she is House Corpus, she's not like a high ranking member of House Corpus. That's kind of the feel that you guys get, looking at these things here. You can tell most people are avoiding these people. They look strange. But yeah, what are you guys doing here?
I'm gonna approach the strange-looking man because, motherfucker, if he isn't well dressed, I don't know what he is, and that
All right,
catches Lucian's attention.
the Lucian. Are you going to take your party with you, or are you going to approach alone?
I'm gonna let my party roam free. I will do say
Okay.
approach with my wife.
Yeah, no,
Just
your wife
to-
follows with you 100%.
But I hope that my party isn't as dumb to start a fight here.
Oh, they all
No
scatter.
hope.
Your stars seem like they don't want to have anything to do with him. We're gonna go down the line to Lord Grendall. What are you doing here now?
I'm going to go and if I see my brother, I'm going to go approach him and his wife, and I'm going to
Sure.
send Gideon. Monty stays with me at all times. Gideon, I'm going to send to the um, courtier festivities. I'm going to whisper to him, say, "Keep your ears open. Let me know if anything. You know the drill."
Of course, this isn't my first rodeo or gala.
Oh, I know.
Uh,
See you
he
later.
sort of, gives you that thing there, and then he sort of heads on off. And Monty's gonna stay with you as you make your way over to this. Odell, what is your intention before you notice Lord Grendel making his way over towards you?
Lord Grendel would have been the first one I would have gone up to originally, just because we do have like the familial relationship situation. I would have simply informed Cardea, like, I appreciate you being here. I know it's been a long day. Do whatever makes you happy. Just be prepared if as you've seen in the past, not all political adversaries handle things with words. If you need to patch anyone up, I would love to know who started it, who ended it, and how severe it got. And I'm kind of going to let her just do whatever she needs to do. Or I guess she wants to do, in case nothing actually happens.
All right. She sort of nods as you wish, and she's gonna go walk on off, sort of, start to meander around, kind of go do these things here as Grendel comes over there. Last but not least, Lord Ronniel, what are you doing as all of this is going on?
Oh man. I imagine his first concern is just to see that his wife is having a good time. And then since I guess we just need to find somebody to talk to, so nobody's taken up Sir Lord Augustus Morgan Esquire. So I'll go chat up the chattiest dude in the room. I suppose.
I'll have to go up to
Yeah.
him to talk to him, so it works out.
I'm assuming your retinue is following you because they are that kind of, attached at your hip.
Yeah, sure.
Good luck getting a word in, Raniel.
I'll actually not be trying to I'm trying to not come off as intimidating here. I'm just trying to be friendly and looking to have a conversation, which I don't think Ronniel does often at all. So he's probably very out of his element here, but it's like, okay, let me try to be personable. I'm here at this big event. Like, let me at least put some effort into like trying to be social for my wife's sake or whatever. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna approach this guy and just be like, oh, what new face? What brings you here? How are you enjoying the event so far?
New face. This is not new. I've been here many times before. When one is acquainted with royalty like Lord Magnus Nocturne, one visits such places often.
Interesting. How do you know Lord Nocturne?
He saw my talent and decided that I was a proper pick for placement here in Ironheart. What of yourself?
A warrior for Tempest Guard, sent to
I see.
help the city prepare for the storm that's coming. I'll
Yes.
offer a hand to him. It's like a handshake.
Indeed, yes. Pleasure to meet you. Tempest Guard, you say, that lovely little province. Very cold, though.
I just want to look at something. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Tempest Guard is the biggest province in the in the region. Okay, I just wanted to see.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. It's full of mountains, though. The mountains don't count.
Yeah, it's only biggest
skating.
surface area. Is all. Yeah, I try not to look perturbed. Does he shake my hand?
Yes. He takes your hand and shakes it.
Yeah, give him a firm handshake. Lord Ranael Naotariel. And you are?
Lord Augustus Morgan Esquire. He puts an emphasis, of course, on the Esquire.
Of course, yeah.
Which is odd because Lord beats Esquire. Like, I'm a lawyer guy. Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me you're a lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah, he shakes his hand.
Look, there are some people who may have like a shit ton of names and want to go by Grand Duke. All right, that's one thing that makes a certain amount of sense. All right, Esquire though, just it's not the thing that one who isn't very pretentious puts at the end of a name in this area here. Okay, as you sort of see, you can sort of hear someone clearing their voice from behind them. It goes, "Oh, this is my consort, Mary Ellen Mosley. She's of House Prudentia. I was picked of House Veritas, but I decided to keep my family name rather than take the house name. I want everyone to know that when I achieve my greatness, I do it upon my own axe and my own shoulders, not relying upon some other house. Anything I earn is because of me.
I think pretentiousness is my rage stimulus. Um, yeah, he probably almost kind of like sighs and blinks. He does the blinking guy meme. But he's trying to play it that he's not annoyed. So he
Ronniel,
yeah.
this dude has a larger stick up his ass than you do. You're an angel. All right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, why don't I try to use this to get some information about Nocturne, since he's the biggest, baddest guy around.
Sure.
So I'll just try to play along and be like, okay, so what were these talents that Nocturne is fostering in you? I mean, obviously I'm here because I can survive, a sword and cut a man in half, but I'm interested in hearing about what you're here for.
So he's gonna go on a long-winded rant about his great strategic mind and his how he awoken to the truth of the universe all on his own. He was not guided, he didn't need anyone. It was all me. And at this point, Mary Ellen is kind of going to be like, would you excuse me? I need to go and freshen up. He's like, yes, whatever. Just sort of waves her on off, and she sort of, sort of, takes her way out of the situation.
I imagine I've
and she sort of-
introduced Callista to them, but he was just talking the whole time. So
yeah, a
Yeah.
little like that. Yeah, Callista probably was like, oh hi, yeah, and she's sort of, like Callista doesn't leave your side. Mary Ellen doesn't try to pull her away or anything like that. In fact, Mary Ellen's kind of like, yeah, you just stay there. It's fine. I'm going to go off on my own. And she just sort of walks on away as he's there sort of regaling you about all these things here. But I'm going to let you make a roll for me. I need you to tell me, we're going to go back to your character sheet, what you're rolling in order to try to get this information out of him. Because I think this is a roll here. See if you get any good information, or if, say, maybe he gets more information out of you, or what have you.
Ew. Not much. I think that would help me here as far as traits go.
Filled with resolve.
Filled with resolve. Yes, I am determined to get the information out of him. Brandon, I'm gonna try it again.
Okay, I'll give you filled with resolve. Yeah.
All right.
Resistant to pain.
yes, resistant to pain for sure. Yeah.
Sorry. All right. I won't. I'm sorry. It was too easy. I'm sorry. All right. I'm not gonna. Sorry. All right.
Fair. I am gonna say though, you are still stressed and romantically distracted.
Yeah.
It's -2, so you're at potential 0 right now.
Well, I'm gonna argue. I want to try to use. I don't think Heavenly Soldier would help me here. Serious bearing and unmoved by emotions and tough presence, because like unmoved by emotions applies, I think, to like not being annoyed with this guy, just being very like stoic and just I mean, he's talking a lot, but I'm trying to get him to talk a lot. And I think serious bearing and tough presence kind of gel with that. Now the fighting style stuff, I don't think really applies here. I mean, I did make a comment about being a soldier, fighting, cutting a guy in half, whatever. I'm not trying to like intimidate the guy or anything though. Um,
Yeah.
Endurance strengths. I am a shield. I can endure this painful conversation.
I will give that to you. All right.
And brings the storm. I mean, I almost kind of am feeding into chaos a little bit here by stoking the flames. Like I'm trying to let this guy rattle on about himself because I'm looking for a chink in the armor that is Lord Nocturne. But
I'm not really seeing that right there. So, but I will say that these are there. You've got a 4 with the other -2s, unless you want to start using your courtiers that you have here or your wife who is here.
my wife would be really good at this. She's a negotiator.
She is.
Who else do I have with me? Kaylin and Casimir, devoted bodyguard. Kaylin is the fearless fool. I don't really see. I think my wife would help me more here than anything.
Seriously, you want to sort of rely on your wife to help you get some information out of these things here?
Yeah, she might be better at sort of like manipulating this guy through conversation than I would be. Like, I'm clumsy. She's smart when it comes to talking to people. So,
Sure. So,
If I can, while you guys are adding numbers up, I also have like a little quip of like, oh, you're romantically distracted. You're occasionally just looking at your wife like, at least I'm married to her and not him.
Yeah.
My marriage could have gone so much worse. She's just so sweet and cute. This is great.
Yeah,
so you are tagging your wife. I am now moving that up again to very romantically distracted.
Okay.
As you
so
are doing this, which is a major thing there.
Okay, so anytime you use a courtier, you get an affliction. Is that how it works, or is it just
no? Your wife.
Oh, it's just your spouse.
Anytime you use your spouse,
okay,
you gain an affliction.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. Okay.
Yeah. Anytime you use a courtier, you afflict the courtier, and they can't be used again. Anytime you use your spouse, you gain an affliction. And stack afflictions that are gained from multiple sources stack. So it can go boop. This is gonna pop you up there. So that's a dangerous thing to keep on doing. All right, but yeah. I mean, admittedly, the afflictions are meant to be had and used and sort of gotten rid of. As you can see, you got some stuff there, but yeah, that would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 6. If you're at 6, you can spend a shard if you want.
The shard gives me an extra +1, right?
Yes.
I would instead like to spend a shard to completely negate all afflictions you have until the end of the scene. Once your afflictions... Oh, one of your afflictions gets worse afterward. Can I pick which one?
Yes.
I want to pick stressed.
Okay. So, all right, you are now instead saying you want to spend a shard, and your stress and your being romantically distracted just completely gone for this scene. Perfectly fine. You're able to do that. And so now, yeah. I'll say this scene is here when you're dealing with your guys is in here. If the main host arrives, that may change the scene. All right, because he walks in, it's kind of a different scene.
It's all right. I got plenty of shards.
But no, for right now, you are good with that. Which means it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're rolling at an 8. You can also use a shard on the roll still.
8's a lot. I feel like
8 is a lot.
Quick question. Do I gain a shard for the increase in romantically distracted or no? It says when you gain an affliction, but I don't know if it increasing in from 1
I'm
to 2.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say no for right now. We'll look into that later.
All right. All right. I'm going to roll. gain shards from praying. I'll roll with a shard. Sure, why not?
All right.
And this is to get info from Beast Magic Guy about Nocturne.
Oh yeah, he has talked about his beast magic, you know?
Oh, well, the extra, if I'm at 8, burning a shard on this doesn't really help me, does it? Because it just goes, it's more than 7 regardless, right?
So it's spending a shard on it does other things. Like if you roll a 1, it won't do things. And also it lets you get higher successes because you're rolling 4 dice instead of 3.
Okay, I thought it was just that you click more than 7 regardless if it's 8 or 9. I didn't know there was.
No.
Okay.
No, you click whatever it is. Yours is 8 because you spent a shard to go. No, I don't have afflictions. Oh, peasants have afflictions.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was gonna use another shard on top of that to roll with a shard. Okay.
That is roll with shard.
Okay.
That is, you roll with a shard as a thing there. That is 3 successes when you would have gotten 2 successes. So and yours at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it would only roll it up to 4. You were 1 away from getting all 4 successes. So here's what you do on this roll. So you learn a shit ton of information from him. All right. You learn that he is, he owns a pet shop, that he has been sort of an apprentice to Lord Magnus Nocturne. Lord Magnus has been the one who's sort of teaching him magic and stuff like that. He's the one who found him, basically gave him the shop, all this stuff like that. Massively, this dude is Lord Magnus's biggest fucking fan. All right, and will not. What sort of thing do you want to know about Lord Magnus, Lord Ronniel?
Well, I want to know if he's a threat, which I think I kind of already know he is, right? So I probably, because I made a roll in
Define threat.
I don't know. Actively working against the Sephira, I suppose, would be a threat. I mean, it sounds like there's something going on there if the person who assassinated his wife is supposedly sent by the Hierophant. Yeah, and I know he's super strong, and I'm concerned. My concern is that if he's, I don't know, if he's working with the apocalypse, or if he's got something going where the agents of the apocalypse are attacking him or something. Like, I want to know what his strengths are, if I need to look out for him, if I need to protect him. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to figure out.
So he lets it sort of drop that, like, sort of lets you know, of course he's not working with the apocalypse, like what happened to his wife was a tragic accident, it's a thing there. I mean, there are certain individuals who are going around trying to spread discrediting rumors and such. There's some uppity upstart, whose court has been poking around with various things. Apparently caused some problems for another one of the people there. Something about mistreating their wife or some sort of nonsense, as was said, the rules of the Sephira are plain and simple. We marry for stability and we love for love. What sort of, in what way can abuse or any else things like that come into this sort of thing there? Preposterous. Whoever sent this person to look into the actions of Lord Lucian or anything like that is a pretentious, busybody, and I just don't have time for those kinds of people. As you are there, you notice your wife's grip on your arm gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, and without even looking, you know who jammed up Lord Lucian.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the sort of time bomb thing there was he was planning on that whole meeting thing there about how they were going to get Lord Lucian in trouble, which is a thing that already had happened in the past. So I'm like, but we'll see whether or not they are involved in it or whether or not it came about naturally. And yeah, they totally were involved in it. So, your wife is already making moves against other people without your say so.
I'm so proud.
Good answer. Good answer.
This is a witch hunt.
I'm so proud.
She really is the perfect
Yeah, no.
companion.
Yeah. But no, Lord, yeah, but it seems he also lists off that Lord Augustus knows about this person and will likely be taking some interest in this. Because Lord Lucian protects the individual who is most responsible for the person who found out the assassination of his wife.
Well, I would like to let him know that my shield sent from Tempest Guard is meant to guard everyone in the city, Lord or commoner alike. And
Yes, we understand you're here to discuss these people there. Look, I am here I can handle the needs of the common folk. You deal with whatever thing you need to deal with.
It's like he's still here.
Okay, well, yeah. I'll ask, is there a way I can maybe meet with Lord Nocturne? You think this guy can get me a meeting with him?
I mean, become enough of a thorn in his side, and I'm sure he'll take time to step on you.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to leave before I split this guy in half. All right.
So, I think I'm going to go to the two people who've been waiting. Lord Lucian in a bit. Okay. So we're going to hit the two people currently right now. So, Lord Grendall and Lady Odell, you are, meeting up together. What are you doing?
Good evening, Miss Odell.
Grendall, always lovely. How are you?
Oh, splendid. Simply good. Yeah, I got this invitation. I thought it would be interesting to see what's going on. Yeah, how's everything? The family, my brother, etc. How's everything going? Anything dangerous going on lately?
I don't know if dangerous. There's always things going on in a city like this, though. There's always things going on with the end of the world. Like, what else is there to expect? But
True.
I don't know. Radimir, if you feel like everything's going okay, or anything you'd like to say to your brother?
Brother, hello.
Oh yes. Good to see you. Where is? He's sort of looking
L'Oreal
around.
darling.
Yes. Yes, L'Oreal. Where is she
Oh,
this evening?
she's with Lord Nocturne.
Oh yes, that.
Yes. Doing good work as always.
As long as it's good, happy work, I would assume.
Of course, it's purely at her whim. If she wants to cease, it's instant. I have no dog in this race, so to speak.
You see Lord Radomir is getting more and more kind of like, "Ugh." It's just, honey, is there anything I could get you to drink?
Anything you can find, I'd love it.
Excellent. And he's gonna just throw himself out of this exceedingly awkward conversation for him, as he was not liking certain
Yeah.
things there, leading the two of you to discuss in private.
I see he is still the same.
We've got Monty.
Yes, you know Monty, right? Monty?
Wonderful to see you again. Listen, you know he
Uh,
only acts that way because he actually cares about what you think of him, right?
Oh, I suppose. He's just, a little silly.
Yeah.
But it's fine. I don't mind. Little silly, little
You also,
frivolous. Yes?
you also know that the frivolity has benefits.
I
And
suppose.
she's kind of
yes.
gonna like give you a bit of an eye of just kind of like toss him
I
a
roll
bone
my-
every once in a while type of situation.
I roll my eyes. I'm like, all right, fine. Fine.
You know,
I
he only gets
will.
drunk at night now.
Oh, really? My.
He will get tipsy
well.
throughout the day, but he'll wait for
Well.
drunkenness until night.
See, you've done a good job with him, I think. You're good for him. He was once just an idiot. Now he's just a slightly less inebriated one during the day, anyway.
Always been smart, and that smartness came about from the help that he had from the family willing to help him. But speaking of family helping family,
True,
you do
yes.
know that while you're trying to say you have no dog in the race, if something were to happen and you needed help in any situation or capacity, you could reach out to us.
Oh, I know, for sure. Of course. Your family is, well, this is what family's for. And same for me, of course. You could reach out to me anytime. My resources are yours at a, given moment.
Well, if you were to give me the supplier of your liquor license, that would be fantastic. But we've already agreed that you want to keep that close at hand, and that's your business. But
Perhaps I can be persuaded with some mutually beneficial agreement in terms of, like, where you get all your information, or perhaps a perusal of your archive for information.
okay. Grendall, I know that we're family, but you are not within employment, and you know that I only let employment go within that area.
Okay.
That is Radomir. That is Radomir and I's agreement. Also, if I let you walk over Creed's things, he would throw a fit. You cannot
Oh.
convince me.
Creed, he's fine, I suppose.
Translation.
But
Translation. You have to be married to look up my skirt. Hey, let me see your private information. No.
well, if you want the liquor license, I have prices. Perhaps another deal
Sorry.
can be worked out.
Sorry,
but-
continue on. I'm sorry about that. I just.
No, you're more than fine.
No, I did love it. I know that this is
Yeah.
probably a quip they've had like frequently.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I'll sort of nod and I'll say, so, do you know anything about the meeting tonight? I don't really know much myself. My wife is gathering intelligence right now, but that really do much for me now, does it?
Listen, to my knowledge, it's a formality so that us new up and comers get our foot in the door, and also everybody gets to see the feet that we put in the door. Kind of a
Hmm.
feel everybody out type of situation.
I see.
Anytime my mother invited me or sent me to such events, it was always a situation of make sure your best foot is forward, but you're keeping your eye out for any trips or stumbles type of ordeal.
That is similar briefing from my family as a child. Yeah. Sounds about right. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm going for tonight. I've already got one of my my best men in there mixing elbows, so to speak. So he'll hopefully have some good news for me. I was going to bring my brother-in-law, but he is being punished. He's washing dishes at the getaway tonight. He intruded on my courtier, and well, justice had to be met out. Yeah, but I'm a little
Well,
short-handed tonight, so
Well, I think dishes for a child is fair enough. Him intruding upon others, I'm sure, isn't anything more than some curiosity.
True. Yes, and that's why it was washing dishes and not like something like other people do, like a spanking or something like silly like that. I don't mess with that sort of thing. But builds character. I would not know about hard work myself because I am but a humble businessman. But regardless, I so do you have any new tidbits of information that you could pass on to a humble information broker such as myself?
Some things in the works, but I haven't fully defined lines for everything. And I'm not going to give half information. It's not worth the cost. Plus, if I then
Understood.
have to double back and say it's wrong, that's its own problem.
I understand. I
That's
might have something myself. Do you know this Lucian fellow, Lord Lucien Joy?
a name I've heard, but I don't think I've necessarily met in person. Why?
Well, a lord and lady of Ashenvale wants me to keep an eye on him. Uh, this stays between us, yes? So you promise not to disclose this information to anybody else, save for you, me, and I guess my brother is fine.
Grendel, all our conversations can remain confidential so long as you know, I typically will talk to Radomir so that he still is involved in the court. He is still a very fine piece to play.
He
But
I agree,
Well,
and he's also family, so I trust him. But
it's also really good at getting others drunk enough to spill the beans.
it's always been a good skill of his. But regardless, they want me to keep an eye on him, make sure he's not doing anything against their wishes. Um, so I will be doing that at some point. But yeah, I just if if I need assistance in information gathering, which I'm building. I'm kind of in the middle of building something for myself, a bit of a network. Um, well, your family, I'll tell you. Okay, all right, I'll look around. It's a spy network, very very interesting stuff. Um, made of mostly lowboard. I'm working on the Aurelia is working on the details, but I'm recruiting spies for my information organization, sort of around the area of Ironheart, to collect knowledge on my behalf. To hopefully revolutionize the information game.
All right. Revolutionize, develop, all good
Mhm.
words.
Indeed, indeed, I am so excited.
A
But
tip,
yeah,
a
mm,
tip. Make
mm,
sure you get specifics when you're ordered to keep an eye on someone. You say, make sure he's not doing anything against the family's wishes. What are their wishes? Like, there's gotta be something specific that they're looking for. Otherwise, you're just watching a man live his life and you don't know what is against their wishes or for them. So, what are we looking for?
that's a fair point. I never pause, Mr. DM. Did they ever give you that, or did I just forget to write it down?
It's quite possible that I was vague on specifics. If you pressed for specifics, they are concerned about his character. Not that we don't love the actual character. The actual character is great. But like a bunch of uppity do-gooders kind of run Ashenvale, and Lucian is not an uppity do-gooder.
Okay.
I'm a
Okay.
troublemaker at heart.
Yeah, no. Lucian does fit a lot more in with Ironheart than Ashenvale, which why it makes sense that he got his ass sent in here. But if he's ostensibly supposed to be like watching them and doing things there, it's basically you are there to gather the dirt that they need to fire him.
Gotcha.
Like,
Okay.
like it's quite literally of like, hey, if and when he fucks up, let us know so that we have a reason to terminate. Like,
Understood.
like,
Okay.
I'll say this, as a GM, I understand this here. Like, don't worry as much about it. Like, I'm not planning on removing you, Lucian, of course, but this is sort of the position you find yourself in, you know? I'm sure if you're not an ambassador, you'll have made an impression on Ironheart, hopefully enough that they keep you around as just a regular noble who's in the background, and then we'll have position swaps and do all that stuff and see where everyone's going. All right?
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, if you did like the character in a real way, I would probably know before, way before. So.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
He's
The
great,
pilot
but-
episode finding out.
Yeah, pilot episode. I dislike your character. All right, look, you
It's
know.
alright.
In fact, I don't dislike you. I hate you. Please kill your character. Get out of this game, please.
No,
For the record,
no,
I do
look,
love Lucian. I love
yeah,
this character.
I love Lucian. Yeah.
I
Look,
love
no,
it
look,
so
look,
much.
look. All shots that I've taken at characters have already been made. Okay?
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
Brother, you don't
Fair.
have to worry. I had characters who had have little icons in servers because they had bad luck or just bad characters, just for fun. So this is okay.
Yep.
All right.
But anyway, I'll just explain to Odell, like, just general dirt gathering, you know, those Ashen Vale, they're a little stuffy. So they just want, he's a bit of a, well, just not stuffy. He's a little bit of a wild man. They don't like it, so just keeping an eye out, basically. But yeah, that's what I'm doing, and then I have summons from on high. I'll just keep it at that for now. It's in the works, so yeah. But things are going good. What's your world like right now? What are you any good events coming up? I might need your services eventually, actually, for the club, but
I think we have a couple things on the books, but really nothing super major. It's kind of been a bit of a lull, which has been good. I've been able to work more with the court. To be honest with you, I'm kind of hoping Estelle sneaks in and gets information behind my back, because, you know, if I told her to go, she would have not out of spite, but she is
Classic.
my best interloper of just getting in and getting what I need.
true.
Information-wise, things I'm looking for,
Yes.
to be quite frank, I worry about your wife's paramour. He's a little rough around the edges, and I just want to know a bit more about the person we're working for. So of course I have to go to his holding.
I look at you
Uh,
seriously and I say, "What?
You aren't working for him.
Oh, we're not working for him?
No, he's just
Oh, because he's
hosting.
just... So is he just another noble, or is he the princeps of this
Oh no,
area?
he's not the princeps of this area. The princepsa is a female.
Okay, that's where I
he
got
is-
confused, my bad.
He's just a high level noble. He's the biggest dog in this town. And he's somewhat brought you into his territory so he can like show you, look, I've marked all these areas, you know, like, you know,
Okay.
these are the things that
That was-
I've licked and thus are mine, including his wife. Like,
That was my bad, my confusion. I'll
No, I
amend
just
that to be...
I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure we were clarified that.
No, like, I appreciate it, because I really thought he was like princeps, and I was just kind of like, I feel like we work for him. But no, if he's not, then it would have been something more along the lines of like, I don't have a huge trust in the event that we're at right now. I don't enjoy the one planning behind the scenes. The distrust
That
is
is-
still there.
Sure, yeah. That is the Princepsa of Ironheart right there. It is not Lord Lucian. All right. That is Lady Carmen Joy. All right.
Why do you distrust him? I lean in like very seriously. Like, that's not news that I like to hear.
I don't know, call it a me thing. I just don't really like someone who is such a big name in the game, but you know like nothing about him. Or at least I know nothing
Mm,
about him. Maybe I had my head in the sand too long up in Fjordwater, but I just don't
mm,
like coming into an area and when you go to find out about someone, all you find out is that they're powerful. Like, how did he get
mm.
that power? Was he an up and comer at the very beginning? Was he one of the originals? And then afterwards, how has he retained it?
I see.
Starreach Tower is not an easy thing to hold, and he's held it, to my knowledge, for a while. And I want to know how, and I want to know why.
Okay.
I can't say that there's not part of a selfish bit of me that wants to know because I would love to have Starreach Tower
Oh,
myself, but
you and me both, my dear. Me and you both. Um, I want
Oh
Starridge Tower.
my god. Are you Lady Fortuna?
sorry. Hi.
Ah, Georgia von Hanover, dear, and you. I need you.
Um,
I am
uh,
spoken for.
Oh, not
Grendel, do
like
you know?
that.
who? No. Madam, who might you be?
Oh, haven't you heard of me? I'm one of the up and comer poker stars of the area.
Um, I can't say I have the pleasure.
Who are you?
Uh,
Me.
Georgina,
Oh,
this is my brother-in-law, Grendel. I've
yes.
heard your
Grendel.
name, just never seen the face.
Ah, well, yes. Normally it's a little less beautiful, but wanted to make things proper. But no, I simply must talk to you. Please, we simply must talk.
Oh, fair enough. Good
He
day.
starts grabbing and sort of pulling, her away. Like,
I'll, I'll just glance at Monty and just shrug and say, to the party.
Like, that's our problem. Sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. She'll be fine.
This
She's
could be
tough.
this could be an abduction of your sister, lady, and you're like your name, and then
I'll,
she
I'll,
gets
I'll,
dragged off, and you're like,
I will,
peace.
I will task Monty because that's a fair point. I have a second thought, and I say, Monty, follow them for a moment, and then if all looks kosher, come find me again.
and Monty nods and heads off as she starts dragging, your sister-in-law away into a private corner, leaving
Mhm.
you ostensibly alone until you hear a little voice basically going, I see someone else has been pulled away from you this evening.
I um hello.
She's sort of standing there with a glass of wine, two of them actually, as she sort of hands one to you and sips out of the other one.
Um, who might you be, madam?
Mary Ellen Mosley. And
Mary.
you
Okay.
you are Lord Grendall Goldengrove.
Indeed, that's me. How can I
I'm
assist you tonight?
well, I more was wondering how we might uh assist each other.
I'm listening. I drink.
You're yes, you're very coy with your euphemisms, but we both know what is happening with your spouse.
I stare very coldly. No, I don't know what you mean.
Please don't lie to me. I have enough of that from my husband.
Hmm. Uh, she and I have an arrangement. That is all.
I'm sure you do. But what do you get out of this arrangement?
Knowledge.
Knowledge is great.
Hmm.
What if someone else could offer you more?
Well, what would that look like?
Why don't we go somewhere private and discuss?
I look for Monty. I
You
turn
sent
around.
him. You sent him off.
Shit.
to-
Oh dear. I don't do that without my bodyguard, but we can talk right here.
You are afraid I'm going to do something to someone that I want to have a long, involved relationship with.
I like. Is she trying to seduce me right now? What's going on? Very uncomfortable. Kidding.
There is a definite sense that she's coming on to you.
Madam, I am, as much as you think me and my wife might not have like a romantic sense, we kind of do, but I just don't. I'm not that interested. Unless this is another type of offer. If I'm misunderstanding, please let me know. Huh.
Your wife gets her needs met in other ways.
Hmm.
I was just wondering if your needs are being met.
I mean, I feel fine. I don't really care for all that, you know, if you catch my
Um,
drift.
She's up there with him right now.
Hmm.
I am of House Prudentia. We
Hmm.
are the information brokers. We know the things that go on in private room.
I see. Tempting offer. So, what is your proposal?
That you and I go to a secluded area of your choice with whatever protection you want and discuss this more privately, preferably without my husband seeing.
I suppose we can go and talk. That's fine. I'm gonna like walk with her, but like not get close enough to like touch her because I
Sure.
don't want to do that.
As you sort
Okay.
of do, you do see this man sort of shadowing you guys.
Which I'm sorry. Let me go back to Discord.
This man,
This fucker,
yeah.
Lucius Alex. Okay, all right. Tattoo guy. All right.
Are you making any mention of it as he's sort of following around?
Yeah, I'll just be like, who's the guy?
You have your man, I have mine.
Fair enough. All right.
But yeah. So we will cut from there. If Monty will, go there. We're gonna go down to Lord Grand Duke Lucien Joy.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I imagine I do not get. I do not notice Lord Raniel's wife looking at me like I'm the little devil, considering I'm gonna talk with this.
Oh no, you don't notice her looking at you. You're too busy watching the fact that the two angels following along here have not stopped staring like intently at you. Like they're trying to will their eyes to be able to burn holes in you with like just the intensity of their stare. Like
I will wrap my arm around my wife, give them a smile, and then look at the Lord in front of me and
one of
say,
them reaches for their sword. The other one puts his hand on that person's shoulder and looks at you like, if we were not like in public, I would not be stopping him.
Okay, then if I see that before going to talk with Lord Mortaran, I blow them a kiss, and then go to talk to Lord Mortarion and asking
The guy's
my
hand on the other guy's shoulder tightens a whole hell of a lot before they're just continuing to stare daggers at you.
and I look at the wonderful gentleman in front of me and say, "Excuse me, good sir, but I have to ask, who tailored your suit? It looks fantastic upon your features."
Why, thank you, my dear sir. It was a custom-made piece by one of House Corvus. They are quite talented, are they not?
They are indeed. I can admire the craftsmanship that was imposed upon your clothing and your wife's clothing. But oh, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? I am.
Indeed, where are they, Grand Duke Lucien Joy?
I'm so sorry for not introducing myself, but I see that you know me already so well. What a pleasant surprise.
Indeed, we have. I should point out, this dude, you buy drugs from this dude.
And still, it's nice to see my drug dealer from time to time.
I will point out there are some pre-existing things, and Mortarian was a dude that you buy drugs from.
Oh yeah, I know that, but Lucien is playing a bit.
Mhm.
I don't want to call it coy, but public relations and
Oh,
angels
sure,
watching
sure,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe I want. I don't
Wisdom
want to
doesn't get
involve
it at
my
all.
drug. Yeah, I don't want to involve my drug dealer with my feud.
Yeah,
Not yet, at least.
fair.
And my dear friend, I know I'm acting quite strange today, but please, there are some various, I want to say, violent angels at our side, and I don't want to involve you in that business. You make too much of a good craft to accidentally get involved in this.
You think they would be interested in weapons?
They would be interested in weapons that be wielded against my
Excellent.
poor
And then
soul.
he just sort of breaks off from you and starts going to talk over to the things as she just sort of she see her she just looks at you, stares you up and down, just kind of just brushes on past to go over there. Um welcome to dealing with Mentum and Chimera. They're crazy, and you told him a thing, and he's just like, what social nicety? Fuck that shit. Those people I will buy weapons from me.
No wonder I buy drugs from this man. I like him. He's direct.
Yeah,
You go up to him,
he-
you're like, I want this, and he supplies.
he just goes, yeah, sure, or we can't do that. It's like, there are people who say we can't do that, and they're haggling. It's a business. We're gonna ham and haw. He goes, I can't do that. I can't do that for XYZ reasons. And it's like, you're right. He's not saying give me more money and we can do this. He's saying this is a physical impossibility.
Wonderful. I do imagine that the angels are also not very xenophile, so I will imagine that them saying Mortarian
Oh,
would
yeah.
be a better.
Yeah, no, we're going to go to Lord Ronniel right now. Lord Ronniel, you're having the most wonderful conversation of your life with a large, I should say. This thing is bigger than you guys. Sort of like metal monstrosity just sort of starts coming on over and goes, your weapons are inefficient. I can supply you with better weapons. As you see Riss, like the hand that was stopping Riss from drawing his sword is back because Casimir is now drawing his blade on the dude, and they're like, "Get the,"
Who is this guy?
I'm an agent of chaos and I'm loving.
I mean, I'm not gonna do anything for a minute. I'm just gonna watch Casimir and Reese and see what they do. I'm gonna try to ignore this guy.
They start getting into like almost a sort of heated argument. The dude just does not seem to take "fuck off, we don't want to talk" for an answer, and it's making their xenophobic nature grow more and more and more and more and more.
Okay. All right. I'll step up even in line with them before they start a fight. And tell this guy, clearly we're not interested. Is it hard to take a hint?
Yes,
Very, very well.
they are inanimate. How would one carry a hint?
Just stare blankly at him. God, the conversation here is awful.
Yeah, no, you got between the two worst conversationalists, and the problem is this second conversation might erupt into actual violence.
Love it.
I'll just tell the guy, we have plenty of swords, hammers, axes. That's all we need.
What about guns?
What about them?
Do you require firearms? I can supply you with firearms. Do you require poison? I can supply you with poison. He's just listing off all the stuff that he can require.
Stranger, you seem all too eager. Is there any kind of like insight roll or anything I could do on this guy?
Not. I mean, it would be a standard roll to try to see what you wanted to do. You tell me what stats you do, but there's no special insight thing there. It's just I want to challenge to see if I can get information on this thing, or you spend a shard and you use one of your questions that gives you an answer.
Yeah.
That you're looking for. he goes, the what's it called? The apocalypse must be stopped. Any weapon is useful.
Mm.
He just kind of hits you with the bam, like, of all the people you've talked to, this is the one person who delivered you a line nearly straight out of Tempest Guard. Like, like, no, we have all the swords we need. You do? Really? You do?
I look to Casimir. What's the look on his face?
He does not like this guy at all. He is like,
I'm afraid we need righteous weapons, friend. We need a miracle, something we can trust. Guns jam, they falter. A sword does not.
very well. I will return when I have crafted you a miracle. And he leaves.
Ooh.
Like leaves the party or just leaves the conversation?
Leaves like the party.
What a
Like,
sick man. What a
Out
sick
the door. Just wait.
I have work to do.
He's so cool.
My drug dealer is a creature of pure dedication.
Sure fucking will.
As the woman sort of standing goes, what kind of weapons do you require for this miracle?
They have one mode, and that's sales.
They're all business,
golly,
no
they're
fun.
sales.
Always be closing.
Their court is
Fuck you,
enterprise.
that's my
This
name.
is what they do.
You ask him what's his name, he goes, "Fuck you, that's my name." Is that Alex Baldwin? Good stuff.
Is it? Yeah, I'm just gonna say it seems your lord is already on it.
I am the one who manufactures the weapons. He will be making you a miracle. I require to know how many weapons you will require for this miracle.
There's got to be a question here that can help bail me out, please. Team questions. How can I withstand this?
I don't know, man. Who here needs protection?
He just whips out a sword and just bisects this chimera in half. Like, I've withstood this. I've withstood it.
Meanwhile, Lucian somewhere in the background, my drug dealer. No.
We still meeting on Friday for the re-up.
I'll burn a shard and who here needs protection? Could be good.
Oh, dude,
too.
no, I was just trying to be funny saying that you were being threatened.
Probably me. I'm about to be like, this lady is very determined to get me alone.
I'm gonna ask the question, how can I withstand this? What I'm trying to see is like, how can I just end this? Like, I don't want this conversation. I want them to kind of leave me alone. Not whatever I don't trust these things. Whatever they're doing, they're very eager to get me to take weapons from them for some reason.
Yeah.
And they're way too eager. So I'm just wanting to get out to withstand this verbal assault without losing anything.
Agree to buy weapons.
Come on, Brandon. I don't want to buy weapons from them. I'm gonna get these guns. We're gonna point at something and pull the trigger, and it's gonna shoot us in the face. It's gonna be like one of those Acme guns or something.
Do you require demonstrations?
A server walks by, just bisects that motherfucker in half.
Very well. A demonstration. Set a time
Excellent.
and a place.
Is now good.
Yes.
Are you currently busy?
This kind of piques my interest. I'll look to Callista, like tilt my head, like I don't know. Am I busy?
Right. So,
What does she say? What does she say?
what was the thing that you said again there? Sorry.
I look to Callista and kind of tilt my head to the side, like I don't know. Am I busy? Like, seems like I didn't know they were having weapon demonstrations at this party. Now something fun for me might be about to happen.
She looks at you and she goes, well, do you want to leave the party or?
Can you do it here?
Yes. And she reaches into her bag and she pulls out a bomb.
All right, Ronniel, you've unleashed a terrorist on the political party.
Is it like we're talking like a bomb with a fuse or something? Like, what are we talking about here? Is it lit? Like, is it there a timer?
It's like a digital explosive device that she is holding with a timer on it.
The timer's counting down?
Oh no.
No.
Jesus.
Okay. I'll hold on. Put up my hands to like, hold on. No. Stop. That will not be necessary. Please put that away.
Just to hand it over to you.
A gift.
I am not going to take an improvising. Here, I want to plant a bomb on you. Will you accept?
Here's an ID.
Yeah. Oh my god, I almost
Oh, I love it.
I almost pity her. Like, I don't want to like draw my sword and like go ape shit on this lady.
All right, so I should tell you at this point, Casimir is tackling her to the ground.
Good. Okay, fair enough.
Oh goodness.
Good.
It's not me.
She has a bomb. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
It's not armed.
He lets out a scream, and
stopped.
everyone is pulled in there as you hear, "Get off her!" and boom, 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 boom. As the giant metal man runs in, shoulder checks Casimir, and sends him flying.
Damn, boy.
The giant metal man is the guy that was just over here, right? That
Yes.
guy. Yeah.
Can't get results.
Okay. I'm trying not to have an armed conflict in this lord's house. You know, I'm trying to be good.
Just send it, dude.
I'm sure Casimir's fine. Yeah, he's good, I'm sure.
However,
but try to defuse the situation.
You can try to defuse the situation. You aren't the only person. A lot of people are coming in, guards, bodyguards, important people as they are, sort of things like that. This act of aggression effectively is ending the party. As everyone is basically going to say that there was seemingly some kind of misunderstanding that led to violence between House Naotariel and House Mentum.
All right.
Lord Ronniel's court and Lord Mortarian's wife seem to come to blows. Lord Mortarian himself became involved in this. What are you saying about this, Lord Rarian? What is your narrative on this?
Me?
Yeah. Or you just want to go, we're not dealing with it. We don't care to talk.
I mean, she was in the middle of arming an explosive device because of a misunderstanding. I don't think she understood the threat she was posing.
All right.
And I'll say to Casimir that it was probably good thinking to like make sure the situation remains safe, but I expected less impulsive behavior from him, more so from Tyrion or Kaelin. Kaelin was the one that was there, right?
Like when someone pulls out a bomb, you tackle that person to the ground.
Yeah. I mean, she had stopped arming it though, but yeah.
Fine. Lord Ronniel, you successfully pin all the blame on House Mentum. And the sentiment against House Mentum, and particularly House Mortarian, only rises against them. Because you say they are the ones who did everything. They are the ones who caused all these problems. They are the ones who started all this. And it is just another reason for everyone who does not like Chimera and House Mentum to mainly go, oh yeah, no, it's their fault.
Cool. I stoke the fires of xenophobia.
Yes, you did.
Great.
Holy cow.
Yeah, just love.
Anyway,
because you wouldn't buy weapons from a small business.
Yeah.
From a small American business.
mhm. Look, you don't want my homemade plastique? Racist. Anyway, it is getting late for me. I think we've had.
Okay.
I think everyone has had a. Hopefully, everyone's had a wonderful evening.
I'd say so.
As you are in the back room and Lady Mary Ellen starts immediately trying to take off her clothes. As the party is called, she's like, we'll finish this discussion later. Lady Odell, you're getting there. Georgia is about to sort of explain what she wants when huge crash, all that other stuff happens. The grand welcoming gala is being postponed. At least for maybe a couple days. But they'll have another one in some more time, and well, maybe some people won't be invited. But that is where I think we're going to end this first prologue session. Did everyone enjoy it?
Yeah.
Yes, that was very fun.
Yes. And in my
Very
defense, I
amusing.
have done nothing wrong. I have not.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
let
innocent?
I've not led arms dealers against House against
Um,
Ronniel. No, not me. Never. Could
Ma-
that be me?
Master DM, so I know last time when we were doing endeavors that you said at the end of this one, if we didn't get them back at the beginning of this episode 0, the affliction thing that we talked about, the what do you call it?
Oh, yes.
Beginning of an episode.
So
You
at
can
the
do all that?
end, so this is the end of the pilot episode, okay? So we are going
Sure.
to do the things for the end of any episode. That is, everyone can heal one of their minor conditions, afflictions.
Oh.
Okay.
Is stress still minor, or is it the end of the scene and it goes up to a...
Oh no, stress. Yeah, stress goes up to a major
Okay, so I don't have any minors then.
because yeah.
Okay.
Because you were nearly handed a live bomb. You're a little
Yeah.
stressed out.
Well, it
Here's
was
an
gonna
IED, sir.
it was gonna increase from me spending a shard to negate the afflictions earlier.
So DM, then my next question would be: say I wanted to and this session, it might be a little different. But because next session we'll supposedly be able to cleanse afflictions, supposedly. Just because it's up to you. Would we be able to say, for example, I could use like my court special rule to afflict all of my courtiers to push my endeavor right now, or do we not do that? Like, I just don't know the logistics, right?
If you wanted to do that right now and say in this time period, and you say when I get home, I'm sending them all out to do my court special mission, afflicting all of them. I'd let you do that. I would say, are you really going to trust Brandon on this currently?
Nah, he can stay washing dishes for a little bit.
He can stay washing dishes. All right.
Yeah, and
So-
once he proves himself, he'll start doing stuff. But anyway, we'll get to
Oh, yeah. So your other two, you may inflict those to increase your endeavor by 2 because of your special rule.
Mhm.
But yeah.
And
So
then
as of right now, everyone may lose 1 minor affliction, and then once you've lost that minor affliction, you may roll down 1 other affliction. That means a severe would become a major would become a minor, and a minor would disappear. So, Lord
Sweet.
Ronniel, you can remove 1 of yours. Or roll it down. Which one do you want to roll back down?
Romantically distracted, I think.
All right.
Understandable. Let me go ahead and check in those afflictions real quick.
All right, yeah. So what I am also going to say is at the beginning of next session, I'm probably going to want to ask people who would like to do a recap of what happened this session. So please do keep in mind there may be bonuses for it. At the end of every session, there'll be some questions that'll be asked, which will give you standing. Currently, this is a thing I did now realize I skipped over again because I kept seeing it and going, oh, I should really talk about that. And then it completely leaves my mind. Everyone here starts with a certain level of standing that you can put in either your house or the province. This is determined by the court themes and the marriage themes that you've taken. So with an eager admirer, you have starting standing not copied. All right. I think it may be starting standing 0. Oh no, starting standing is, yeah, let's see here. Because everyone see their starting standing in there.
I don't think so.
I don't know where
It'll
that
be
is.
at the bottom of your the marriage theme that you picked. Should have a thing that said starting standing.
Yeah, and eager admirer,
Oh, okay.
there is no starting standing.
Mm-hmm.
In the marriage theme, yes, it's starting standing 1.
If it's not
Starting
there, I imagine
standing
it's
5. Okay.
if it's not
Eager
there, I
admirer
imagine...
starting standing is 2. All right.
Ah, okay, okay.
I'm adding that right now.
Okay, so we can put them in wherever we please, right?
Yes,
We can put
either
them-
in house or in province. You can put them in either one unless it specifically says this is this.
Where do we
Okay,
mark
and
it?
we can divide it like.
So it'll be on your character sheet where there's right under where you have
Oh.
trouble. There should be like the standings there.
So, how do you... Oh, you just increase it by 1. Gotcha. Or by
Yeah.
however many.
Yeah, starting standings is 5. Okay, cool. What's the difference between province and house?
So, province standing can be used to say, get yourself an audience with important people in the province, particularly like the Princessa. You go, hey, I'm a big deal. I'm spending a point and I'm setting a scene, and I wanna go see this Princessa. And the Princessa will hear you out. They may not agree with you, but they'll at least let you talk at them until things
Mhm.
go. No. Yeah. Ooh. So I'm also going to move everyone, I believe, back to the main board, which is all the NPCs on it currently. And I'm going to introduce a thing that I'd like to say. It's called game nods. Basically, your way of me asking you, hey, what did you like? What kind of thing did you, do you want to see more of? Hey, what kind of thing, we didn't see any of, but I still want to sort of see more about this person. So what you're going to do, if you guys want to say something nice about other players, you can, but that's not a game nod. All right. A game nod is basically, oh, I like this NPC, and I like this NPC because they did this thing. It's the way you're saying, hey, I really like this interaction. I want to see more of it. You can say, oh, I love this interaction because that villain was a terrible piece of shit, and I want to see more of that villain being a terrible piece of shit.
Mhm.
So, does anyone have any sort of characters that they would want to sort of shout out and say, hey, I like this person for this reason? You have two nods that you can give to people. I can give a nod to this one and this one. Or I can say, I just give a nod to this one because that's the
And
only
we
one
can
I like.
choose any NPC that we have met.
Any
Can be,
NPC.
can be courtier, can be someone we met at the party. Doesn't matter,
Yep.
right?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, then one of them will go to Alexander because I like a bitch that starts drama and it was fun, even if it was a bit tense considering my situation. I respect this game.
Alexander Kamiel?
Yes.
Sure. So I would say there's a new channel that I've just put up there called Game Nods. I'm going to.
Oh, it's in the channel. Okay.
Yeah, so type out, hey, this person's name, and then kind of the reason for it, simply so I have a record, please.
Sure.
But yeah.
Oh, I need to find the full name of this man.
But anyone have any thoughts, comments, questions, anything else like that?
I don't think so. If you guys got anything you want to plug, like links or socials or anything, feel free to do so. I want to say thank you, Brandon, for putting this world together for us to play around in. Definitely seems fun and interesting and crazy, and I'm looking forward to more. And it's neat to play. I haven't played a game like this before ever, like with the political intrigue stuff kind of being at the forefront. So I think it's pretty cool and it's fun to play it. For my stuff, you can I'll post some links in the Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description below, but there's my link tree if you want to find me on all my socials. It's right there. And you can also jump into my Discord server. It's public, it's free. We have a show coming up on Monday. We're playing Of Divinity and Darkness D&D 5th edition, new campaign that just started. We're 3 episodes in. It's going fun so far. Yeah. Thanks for playing. Great to play with you guys, by the
I
way.
find
You
it
guys
very
all did
relaxing.
awesome.
Oh yeah, this game is very it's very low stress, very fun. Just to sort of say, first off, all you guys are cool. I like all of you people. I only I try to play games with people that I enjoy as people, and like all of you guys seem really fun and cool. And then I mean, for your game, I just like the vibe and I like the political intrigue for what's just not just a combat simulator. I'm used to playing D&D where it's just like combat, 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 one puzzle, combat, 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 combat. It's like, okay, it's a little old. This is like working on things. Like you're already powerful, so now it's just about getting more or doing things. It's fun. I like it. It's just different. A good different. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I like it.
For sure.
I love it. If this keeps going the way we've done tonight, like I'm gonna fall in love with this game so easily. So easily.
There'll be a little more that is going to be put in here, but you've seen most of it. Like there's going to be some questions you ask, and then you're going to do the court challenge, and then move on there. All right.
I do agree with Grendel here. I like a political intrigue game. Like yes, combat simulators or combat heavy games are fun, but role playing the character for me is ever more funner, especially if it's a political intrigue game, but I feel at least how we're playing it's a bit more low stakes, a bit more chill, so it's fun. You can jinx it a bit and have no trouble that get you murdered in the short term. So I definitely enjoy it. I really enjoy playing with all of you guys. I'm sorry for putting you into a situation of probably terrorist attack.
It's all good, man.
Yeah,
That is easily. Yeah, I'm sorry.
no, and you all have met already the thing what my other group calls the luck of the Alcibiades, which is just my wonderful luck to roll once, a lot of ones, and roll bad rolls. So be ready for more of that.
Yeah.
I've been lucky with my rolls. I'm waiting for the other. I'm waiting for the pendulum to swing back the other way. My troubles are like bad for me too, like real bad. I'm like, oof.
Yeah, the what's it called? And it's what's great is we've got we got just the growing rivalry between Alexander not Alexander Ronniel and
And Lucian.
and Lucian, and it's like Lucian didn't even mean to do anything, but he definitely perpetuated this game. You know what I just did? I sent the crazy people after your house. They pulled a bomb on me. Yes, they did.
Like that Chimera lady did the equivalent of like, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Like, what are you doing?
Dude, the whole time I'm just thinking about every car sale interaction I've ever gone through, and I'm like, man,
absolutely.
they could fit so much. Like, what if I can get you this instead? I'm like, no.
Well, and I like the intrigue of the characters that we have here. Like, like random courtiers just walk up to people and they're like, hey, like this and that and this and that. Like Augustus's like wife just coming up to Grendel and be like, hey, I don't like that other guy. I like you though. I'm like, ma'am, please no. But like it's funny because it's like, okay, that guy's kind of a dick. But she would, of course, go somewhere else. Which, by the way, perfection.
Yeah, no, I'll admit I had that plan in there. I'm like, all right, this is here, and I'm like, she's looking all around. It's like, well, that guy's wife's walking out on him, so.
But Grendel, of course, is a little different than that. He's like,
yeah, no,
ma'am, I like power, not the other thing. Okay. Like if you're like
it to you, she was.
Yeah, I know. She was literally
broker.
Yeah, she was like, now that might sway me, but like we don't have to do the other stuff. Like we'll just leave that alone.
No, but the problem with her, she wants someone to do the other stuff with.
We'll see. We'll see how things progress.
She wants things, but yeah.
I'll be like, ma'am, you have to offer me something real nice. I'm an information hoe.
Yeah. Do you want access to the the House Prudentia, thing? Do you want that access?
My wife.
Fine. All right.
I'll talk it over with my wife. We'll see how it goes.
Right,
we'll see how we feel.
That's fair. All right. That is a very valid answer. All right. Very valid answer.
I'll have to ask the missus. Love it. This I'm gonna enjoy the hell out of this fucking system. This is great.
Yeah, it's definitely got my interest for sure. But yeah, pleasure playing with you guys. It was great. You guys all did awesome. I'll be looking forward to next week for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited. Hey guys.
I have to say, just on a full side note of it, like, I love the idea that you call your courtiers stars. I think that's so cute for Lucian if like all of his courtiers are a star within his eyes. I'm like, that is adorable. And I like, that was dope.
Fangs are also all coke-addled, lovely people, but yet I love each single one of them.
Like, man, they are breaking his stuff. And he walks up, he's like, all right, stars, let's calm down. I'm like, that is
I love
a
it.
character right there.
I love it. I love it.
No, I do. I love all of your characters. I love Lucian. I like even Lucian is kind of like, hi, I'm kind of the cad, but like also I give a shit. Like and
Yep.
and also like I have this wife who is purely devoted to me, and you want to know what I do with it? I repay that devotion with kindness and understanding. Like that is a thing that says like Lucian at his heart is a good guy. All right, which is and like then we have Ronniel, who is also he's very like, I'm gonna fight people, I'm gonna get this thing done, and I'm like, but at the end he's deep down a good guy, which means after you get over the fact that you two are like complete fucking opposites, probably destined to hate each other, all right, till the end of time, you guys do have things that can build bridges between the two of you, which is we both fucking care about people. And while you may be red oni, blue oni for like your entirety of existence, like even your goddamn eye color here, all right?
Oh yeah, I just noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you two do have that shit, that conflict there. That's great, and I also love the whole inter-family drama over here with like with House Goldengrove. Like, yeah, you two just go together because like we've all meshed in there, and I'm like, yeah, no, even
Perfect.
even with like an unfortunate dropping of one character and as the probably inevitable dropping of a different character, then this has gotten to be a really great game, and with great dynamics between players who have in character rivals who I could see them working together and against, which without being like, oh no, we're gonna hate each other forever. I'm like, no, I think this is gonna go really well, and I want to thank you all for playing.
Oh yeah, I'm excited, and I'm even more like. By the way, thank you for all of it, Mr. DM, sir.
Yeah,
did great.
Thank you for setting this up.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah,
and I'm
definitely.
excited for the characters who haven't talked yet to talk, because I think Grendall and Ronniel is going to have some funny interactions. Just
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for
morally
sure.
gray individual, and then of course Lucian. I want to talk to Lucian so bad. Fucking guy's hilarious.
I'm so pumped for Odell to meet Lucian and be so pumped for a chaos element on the board of just like, do it, please. Let's see what happens.
I love. Oh yeah, I love to see a character because I play another game where it's like everybody's super careful. Like we have to wait 20 minutes to plan how we enter a room. It's fucking, oh my god. And this guy's just like, fuck it. I love it. I love a good fucking character. It's great. Just like a guy walks in the room. So what are we blowing up today, guys? Like, how are we doing this?
Yeah, I love this kind of characters. I host a game on Sundays, and one of my players in the super serious setting just walked up to him and said, "Fuck it, wanna give me 3 wishes, bastard?" Volunteering the world.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And thank you for watching. Appreciate you guys. So we had 3 new follows tonight. That flamboyant gent, Leroy Jim Jams,
That's-
super amazing Y. I think that was mostly you guys. And
Yeah.
thank you Stonewall Jack 56 for the new sub. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
Very nice.
Stay tuned. I'll see you guys on Monday night. You guys got anything you want to shout out? Channels or anything?
Nah.
No?
Not me
Socials?
anyway.
All
Not
right,
me.
all right.
Not yet. Not yet.
All right, no worries.
Eventually.
We'll end the video here. Stay tuned for more next week. And stay tuned for OD&D on Monday. We'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Nice.
Good night.
Right.